The Complete Works of Master Hongyi, produced by Liang Gu. Preface. Master Hongyi's former name was Li Shutong before he became a monk. Before converting to Buddhism, he had achieved considerable attainments in literature, legal studies, and other aspects. A turning point in his life caused Li Shutong, who was extremely enlightened, to become a monk and live in seclusion. Since then, Buddhism has gained a master with a very high level of cultivation. Master Hongyi's wisdom and transcendence are admired by the world, and his concentration and compassion are respected by the world. In the impetuous secular society, many people are trying to gain wisdom from Master Hongyi's written works, and then gain inner peace and find the destination of their souls. Miscellaneous notes of Master Hongyi. The sigh of first coming into the world. During the Guangxu period of the Qing dynasty, there was a Dizang nunnery in Hedong, Tianjin, and there was a family in front of the nunnery. This is a Jinsher mansion with 4 entrances and 4 exits. Its owner is an official and businessman named Li Shizhen. He was a Jinsher during the Tongji period and served as the head of the Ministry of Personnel. Because of this, the Li family's reputation in the local area became even more prominent. However, not long after he became an official, he resigned and returned to his hometown to start business. In his later years, he was a devout worshipper of Buddhism, generous and charitable, and was known as Li Shanren. And this is my father. I was born in this peaceful and kind family in the 6th year of Guangxu, 1880. When I was born, my mother was only 20 years old, and my father was nearly 68 years old. This is because I was born to my father's concubine, and that's exactly what happened. Although my father loved me very much, in the official family at that time, the status of concubines was very humble. As a concubine, my status could not be compared with that of my half-brother. I have felt the oppression caused by this unfair treatment since I was a child. However, I could only endure it. Maybe this would pave the way for me to become a monk in the future. When I was 5 years old, my father died of illness. Without the protection of my father, my mother and I were in a very difficult situation. I watched my mother look down and down all day long. Living my life cautiously made me feel very uncomfortable, which also gave me a tendency to feel inferior. I developed a taciturn and introverted character, spending all my time with books and paintings. Only in the world of calligraphy and painting. Only then can I find happiness and freedom. My mother later told me that when I was born, a magpie held an olive branch and placed it on the window of the delivery room. Everyone thought it was an auspicious gift from the Buddha. And I kept this olive branch with me and prayed to it often. Because of my father's sincerity towards Buddhism, I had the opportunity to come into contact with Buddhist scriptures and be influenced by Buddhism at a very young age. As soon as I started to learn to read when I was a child, I followed my aunt, my father's wife, to learn to recite the Great Compassion Mantra and the Rebirth Mantra. And my sister-in-law often teaches me to recite the Heart Sutra and Diamond Sutra. Although I did not understand the meaning of these Buddhist sutras at that time and had no way of knowing their teachings, I loved the ethereal feeling when I chanted the sutras. Only then can I feel equality and peace. And I think this may become a guidepost for me to become a monk in the future. When I was a child, around 6 or 7 years old, I started reading literacy from my brother Wensi, and learned various etiquettes in dealing with others. My brother was already 20 years old at that time. Since our family comes from a scholarly family and is one of the top official and business families in the area, we have always followed a strict educational philosophy. Therefore, my brother supervises all aspects of my homework very strictly, and any mistakes will be severely punished. I grew up in such a strict environment, which caused me to lose the innocence and liveliness that a child should have. I also suspect that my nature was suppressed and distorted. But one thing has to be admitted. It was this kind of strict teaching that played a decisive role in the rigorous and conscientious study habits and lifestyle that I later developed, and almost all of my subsequent achievements benefited from this. For this reason, I am truly grateful to my brother. When I was 8 or 9 years old, I became a disciple of Mr. Chang Yunzheng and began to study various classics and history, as well as calligraphy, epigraphy, and other techniques. When I was 13 years old, Tianjin celebrities Mr. Zhao Yumei and Mr. Tang Jingyan began to teach me lyrics and calligraphy, which greatly improved my poetry, calligraphy, and painting, and my skills became deeper than before. In order to gain fame, I put a lot of effort into the 8-part essay. Therefore, he was able to learn and train in Tianjin County. When I was 16 years old, I had my own thoughts, and the rebellious tendencies caused by the repression I suffered in the past began to rear its head. I began to become less enthusiastic about the idea that I had studied hard in the past to serve the country and benefit the world, but I developed a strong interest in literature and art, especially opera, and therefore became an out-and-out fanatic. During this period, I met an artist named Yang Tsueishi. I often went to listen to her singing and sent her home. Unfortunately, she was kept by an official family and later married a businessman as a concubine. I also felt a little melancholy after that. At that time, my brother was already a famous master of traditional Chinese medicine in Tianjin, but there was one thing I didn't like very much, that is, he was snobbish, clinging to power, and disliked the poor and loved the rich. I once told him my opinion, but he didn't accept it. He also accused me of violating the ancestral precepts and not doing my job properly. No way, I can only go against it and show my dissatisfaction through actions. I am very respectful to the poor and lowly people. I ignore the rich and proud people, and I care about the small animals. I am lukewarm towards people. In the eyes of others, I became a weirdo and unreasonable, but I didn't care about that. This may be the deciding factor for me to see through the world of mortals and become a monk in the future. Meet the birthplace of the spirit dash. I spent most of my life in the south, and Hangzhou was the place where my life path changed significantly. As an art teacher in a university, I have made outstanding achievements in my 6-year teaching career at Zhejiang No. 1 Normal University. As a person with a few skills in various arts, that period should be regarded as the heyday of my artistic creation. However, more importantly, in Hangzhou, I found my spiritual destination and finally entered Buddhism. March 1912. I accepted the invitation from Hongyi, the dean of the Zhejiang second-level normal school, renamed Zhejiang First Normal School the following year, to teach at the school. The reason why I decided to resign from my previous excellent job as editor-in-chief of Shanghai's University Foreign News. In addition to Hongyi's warm invitation, the beautiful scenery of West Lake is also an important reason. Hongyi once said, "I am indifferent by nature. I resigned from a good job elsewhere and am happy to live in Hangzhou. Half of my stay is in the West Lake." I was already middle-aged at that time. Moreover, he gradually became tired of the flashiness and sex, and longed for peace and tranquility in his heart, so his lifestyle gradually became more restrained. As early as when I was working at the Pacific News, I liked to live in isolation on weekdays, almost never leaving home. Before that, whether in Tianjin, where I was born and grew up, or in Shanghai, where I was staggered by 20 articles, or in Tokyo, Japan, where I studied abroad to specialize in art, I had always lived in a whirlwind of glory, wrapped in the atmosphere. With this change of mind, coming to work and live in Hangzhou has become a perfect choice. August 19, 1918, the 13th day of the 7th lunar month, is said to be the Christmas day of Mahasthamaprapta Bodhisattva. On this day, I officially ordained my ordination and became a monk at Hupao Temple. I took the Buddhist name Yenin and my nickname Hongyi. In late September, I moved to Xilingyan to receive the ordination. It was during my ordination period that I read over and over the 2 Buddhist classics given to me by Ma Yifu. They are Collection of the Meanings of Lingfeng Bini and Baohua's Transmission of Precepts, written by 2 eminent monks O.E. Zhishu and Jianyu Baohua respectively during the Ming and Qing dynasties. I can't help but feel sad and happy at the same time, and I vow to let them the Buddhist discipline, which had been in decline for a long time, came to the world again. It can be said that everything I did later was engaged in the study of Buddhist law. If I achieved any results because of this, it was also from this point that I started. There have always been different opinions about my becoming a monk. Actually, I wrote an article, My Experience of Becoming a Monk in West Lake, for this purpose, which gave a detailed introduction to the reasons and experiences of my becoming a monk. In any case, this is in my opinion. Buddhism provides the world with a path to heal the fundamental pain of life's impermanence. This makes me feel that there is no more positive and meaningful path to life than practicing Buddhism. When people try to find various reasons to explain why I came to Buddhism, don't forget that the most important reason actually comes from Buddhism itself. As far as I converted to Buddhism, Hangzhou can be said to be my spiritual birthplace. The joy of swimming in the sea of art. Some people say that before I became a monk, I was a calligrapher, painter, musician, poet, dramatist, etc., but after I became a monk, these attainments became even deeper. Actually, this is not the case. All of this is just my interest in life. I think a person should learn more things during his lifetime. He doesn't necessarily have to be proficient in everything. It would be great if he could be knowledgeable, and he wouldn't waste his life. After I became a monk, I became a disciple of Master Ingguang. I devoted all my energy to the study of Buddhism and devoted myself to understanding the meaning of Zen. However, I was not as obsessed with these interests as before, and I became a lot more neglected. However, whenever I recall that period of my artistic career, I always have endless fun. I remember that when I was 18 years old, I married you, the daughter of a tea merchant. At that time, my brother gave me 300,000 yuan as a gift, so I bought a piano. Start learning music and try composing. Later, I moved to the French concession in Shanghai with my mother and wife. Since my family's property was in Shanghai, I could afford a fairly high living expenses as a young owner. As a result, I was able to interact with celebrities in Shanghai. At that time, there was an organization called Qingnan Literary Society in Yunnan, Shanghai, which held literary competitions every month. I submitted 3 manuscripts, and fortunately, I won first place every time. As a result, I became friends with Mr. Su Huanyuan, the director of the Literary Society. He cleaned the house for our family in Nanxing thatched cottage and allowed us to move there. There, I became close friends with him and 3 other literary friends, and we were also known as 5 friends from the end of the world. Later, we jointly established the Shanghai Painting and Calligraphy Association, publishing a calligraphy and painting newspaper every week, and discussing and studying calligraphy, painting, poetry with like-minded colleagues. However, this commune was disbanded shortly after its establishment. As the commune was disbanded, my eldest son died shortly after birth, and my mother passed away not long after that. Multiple misfortunes hit me hard. So I transported my mother's body back to Tianjin for burial. I brought my wife and children back to Tianjin, and I went to Japan to study alone. In Japan, I studied at Ueno Art School, the highest institution of art in Japan at the time, and my teacher at the time was also one of the most famous painters in Japan. Kyoji Kuroda. At that time, in addition to studying painting, I also worked hard to study music and composition. At that time, I was really immersed in the ocean of art, which was a real joy. After I came back from Japan, the government's corrupt rule has led to the country's decline and people's poverty, and the financial market has become even more bleak. Many banks and bank accounts have closed down one after another, and most of my family's property has been wiped out. My life is no longer as carefree as before. For this reason, I went to Shanghai Qingdong Girls' School to work as a teacher, and at the same time, I served as the editor-in-chief of the literary section of Pacific News. But soon the newspaper was closed down and I lost my job. A few months later, I applied for a job as a painting and music teacher at Zhejiang Normal School. During that time, I was most free and comfortable in the art field, and it was also the busiest and most fulfilling day in my life. If human desire is like a coal mine, there are different ways to transform one's desires into huge energy at different times, and this transformation will vary from person to person. Some are big, some are small, some are fast, some are slow, some are late. Morning. I may fall into the latter category. It came more slowly. The practice of escaping into Buddhism. There are many factors that led me to become a monk, including many family influences in my childhood, and some of them should be attributed to my experience in Zhejiang Normal University. That kind of busy and fulfilling life. To cleanse myself of some of the so-called celebrity habits that I had acquired when I was young, I pay more attention to the cultivation of moral cultivation as a role model for others. As a result, I felt unprecedented peace and tranquility. An ethereal feeling rose up unconsciously and filled my whole body, just like the feeling I had when I was a child when I read Buddhist scriptures, but it was clearer and brighter than then. In the early days of the Republic of China, I came to Hupao Temple in Hongyi to practice fasting. And here he realized the ideological realm of Buddhism, so he received full ordination and became a monk from then on, accompanying himself with solitary lamps, Buddha statues, and scriptures all day long. If it comes to why I choose to be famous in the eyes of others, I became a monk when it was time to move forward bravely. I can't quite explain it myself, but I remember that the person who made me decide to become a monk was my friend Xia Beizuan. He told me something. He said that he saw an article in a Japanese magazine about the method of fasting practice. This method can help renew the body and mind, so as to achieve the purpose of replacing the old with the new, changing evil and doing good, so that people can develop great spiritual power. He also told me some implementation methods and precautions, and gave me a reference book. I have a strong interest in this and always want to find an opportunity to try it to see if it will help my physical and mental cultivation. After this idea came up, I couldn't control it anymore, so during the summer vacation that year, I went to the temple to practice fasting for 3 weeks. The cultivation process was still very smooth. Gradually reduce food intake to no food in the first week. In the second week, he did not eat any food except water. In the third week, he gradually increased his intake of porridge to a normal diet. During the fasting period, I did not feel any pain or discomfort, nor did I feel tired or weak. On the contrary, I feel that my body and mind are much lighter and more ethereal, my heart's sensitivity is more sensitive than before, and I am quite thoughtful and insightful. I feel like I have been completely transformed. One day shortly after fasting and practicing cultivation, Mr. Peng, who was introduced by a friend, also came to live in the temple. Unexpectedly, he only stayed for a few days before he realized the physical and mental comfort. He was ordained by the presiding officer and became a monk. I watched all this and was greatly affected and affected. So Zen Master Jiawu gave me the Dharma name Yenin, and the Dharma name was Hongyi. But I only took refuge in the 3 jewels, without being ordained, and became a lay practitioner practicing at home. I originally wanted to live in the temple and practice as a layman. Because I have also considered the difficulties of becoming a monk. However, something a good friend of mine said made me completely determined to become a monk. After I became a layman and lived in the monastery, my good friend, I was repeatedly invited to teach at Nanjing Normal University, but I couldn't refuse, so I often traveled between Hangzhou and Nanjing, sometimes several times a month. My friend advised me not to work so hard, and I said, "This is a matter of faith, not an ordinary source of fame and fortune. It cannot be accommodated or changed at will." My friend regretted that he should not have forcibly invited me to teach at the Normal University, so I often comforted him, which made him even more depressed. Finally, one day he said to me, "Instead of doing this as a layman, it would be better to simply become a monk and become a monk, which would be so refreshing." This sentence was like a revelation to me, and it alerted me. Yes, it is very troublesome to do things thoroughly and not clean. So during this summer vacation, I distributed some of my things at school to my friends and school staff. I brought only a few pieces of clothing and daily necessities, and returned to Hupao Temple to be tonsured and become a monk. There are many people speculating on the reason why I became a monk, and it is quite controversial. I don't want to tell the world why I became a monk. Because everyone has their own principles, interests, methods, and understanding of things. These will never be the same, and even if you tell others, they won't understand. So just don't say it, others will gradually forget it. As for my state of mind at the time, I think it was more about pursuing a higher and more ideal way to educate myself and the world. Fasting Diary - Illustrate. This is what Master Hongyi recorded when he experimented with fasting at Hupao Temple in Dasishan, Hangzhou, 2 years before he became a monk. From entering the mountain to leaving the mountain, there are 20 days in total. Regarding daily life and body and mind, there are countless details. According to the Master's Chronicle, it was the 5th year of the Republic of China. The Master is 37 years old. Bingshan Jeping Day begins. After fasting, he changed his name to Xian, with the same character, Dusk Old Man, Li Shi. On November 22nd, I decided to fast. Before praying to the great gods, the gods ordered fasting, so it was decided. Selected Mirai said, "Wife's experience. The first 4 days. Prepare for a semi-fast. June 5th and 6th, porridge, prunes. On the 7th and 8th day, heavy soup and dried plums. Start fasting and be quiet on the 9th day. Drink water for 5 times a day, 1 dose per dose, divided into 5 or 6 doses. On the 2nd day, I felt hungry, had a fever in my chest, and had white coating on my tongue. On the 3rd and 4th days, I had shoulder and wrist pain. The 4th day, The whole abdomen is solidified, the body is tired and goes to bed, and the symptoms are light in the morning and heavy in the evening. On the 5th day, the condition improved slightly, and I sat up and took a walk for a while. On the 6th day, the pain subsided, the atmosphere was refreshing, the white coating disappeared, and the chest fever healed. On the 7th day, the morning is peaceful and the fasting period ends. On the next day, take a heavy soup and 2 bowls of light soup 3 times. Umeboshi is tasteless. The next 2 days, the same. In the next 3 days, porridge, prunes, and courgettes were eaten. On the next 4 days, porridge, suction, and a small amount of sashimi. On the next 5 days, porridge, wild vegetables, and light fish. For the next 6 days, I ate normally and got up. For the next 2 or 3 days, my hands and feet became swollen. During the fasting period, you may have body pain and cannot sleep, or you may have diarrhea. Or sneeze. It is better not to get out of bed when going to the toilet. In preparation for fasting or during the week, eat porridge for 3 days and heavy soup for 4 days. After fasting, it may take a week, heavy soup for 3 days, porridge for 4 days, and a month and a half to recover. Take it during semi-fasting. Things to bring to Hupao Temple: bedding, pillows, rice, dried prunes, and yangzi. Or sneeze. It is better not to get out of bed when going to the toilet. In preparation for fasting or during the week, eat porridge for 3 days and heavy soup for 4 days. After fasting, it may take a week, heavy soup for 3 days, porridge for 4 days, and a month and a half to recover. Take it during semi-fasting. Things to bring to Hupao Temple: bedding, pillows, rice, dried prunes, and yangzi. Teeth grinder, hand towel and handkerchief, toilet, clothes, sprinkler cloth, diary, pen and paper, tea, mirror. Booking period: go to Hupao Temple in the afternoon 1 day. When you went to prepare in the morning. Rice for lunch, porridge and prunes for dinner. On the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th day, porridge, prunes. On the 5th, 6th, 7th day, heavy soup, prunes. Fast from the 8th to the 17th. On the 18th, 19th, and 20th, heavy soup and dried plums. On the 21st, 22nd, 23rd, and 24th, porridge, prunes, and light vegetables. Return to school on the 25th and eat regularly. Return to Shanghai on the 28th. On the morning of the 30th, Ming Wenyu went to Hupao with a mosquito net, rice, paper, paste, and other utensils. The room should be quiet, with no trace or sound, facing south, with sunlight blocking the north, and a building is suitable. It's dinner, and the toilets, tables, and chairs are wiped. The place was crowded at 4:30 in the afternoon, and the vegetarian dish lugui, ingui, a round utensil for holding food, for dinner was extremely delicious. I've eaten 2 bowls of rice, but I'm still not satisfied. Since I am going to fast tomorrow, I will forcibly stop it. The couch is downstairs in the living room, the room faces south, and the couch is placed in the west corner to welcome the morning sun. Wen Yu set up his couch in a small room at the back, separated only by a board wall, so it was easy to communicate with him. Late burning vegetable oil lamp, with 84 characters in regular script. I got a cold a few days ago. I had a cold and a slight cough, which has not healed today. Dry mouth, stuffy nose, tight throat and hoarse voice, but he is in good spirits. I went to sleep at 8 o'clock. I couldn't sleep well at night because of the frequent footsteps of the monks upstairs. December 1st, sunny, breezy, 50 degrees. The first day of fasting. The illness recovered a little and I got up at 7:30. At 11 o'clock that day, eat 2 bowls of porridge, 2 pieces of perilla leaves, and 3 small cubes of tofu. At 5 o'clock in the evening, eat 2 bowls of porridge, 2 perilla leaves, and 1 plum. Drink 3 cups of cold water, sometimes mixed with almond milk, and eat 5 small oranges. In the afternoon, we went to exercise outside the temple. Yes, regular classes on weekdays. Wipe your body with cold water in the morning, sunbathe, and wash your feet with hot water before going to bed. Starting today, cold water body scrubbing will be suspended, sunbathing time will be shortened, and the hot water for foot washing will be changed to lukewarm water. This is because I want to concentrate my mind and avoid the stimulation of extreme cold and heat. For future generations who are fasting. The following should be noted. 1. Practice eating more cold water when fasting. In the early stage of fasting, switch to cold raw water and gradually increase the amount. It is not easy to drink 5 glasses of cold water a day during fasting, and there is a risk of diarrhea. 2. Porridge or rice soup in the early stage of fasting should be eaten when it is lukewarm and should not be too hot. Mixing with cold water may cause abdominal pain. I must have a bowel movement every morning after getting up. This morning was as usual, but after 10 o'clock I kept farting. After 2 o'clock, the hiccups returned a lot, which was not usual. There are 168 regular characters and 108 seal characters in Japanese calligraphy. Watching the mouth of flames at night. Go to sleep at 9 o'clock. I coughed a little at night and had nightmares, and couldn't fall asleep. The second day was sunny and 50 degrees. The second day of pre-fasting. I got up at 7:30 and had no bowel movement in the morning. At 11 o'clock before noon, eat a bowl of porridge, 1 plum, and 2 perilla leaves. Same time at 5 p.m. Drink 3 glasses of cold water. I ate 3 oranges because I was tired after returning from exercise. The tongue coating is white, the mouth is sticky, and the upper teeth are peeling off. The spirit is as usual. Feeling slightly tired during exercise and dizzy. No exercise starting tomorrow. In the evening, wait for the monk to recite Buddha's name and sit quietly for 1 hour. Writing 132. I had a stuffy nose that day. This is a copy of a statue of Datong. The original rubbing was made by a monk, and there are 3 subsequent paintings from the Ming dynasty. I fell asleep at 8:30, and my night dream was about lifting and jumping. It is an equipment auction house, displaying boxes, chairs, toys and decorations, etc. U jumps above. Or they can fly in the air without even touching the ground, showing extraordinary agility and gaining the reputation of being superior. There were 2 German engineers watching, both of whom could speak Beijing dialect. One person said that he had such skills that he could compete in a certain sport in the Far Eastern Games and would definitely win, and I thanked him. One person said that fasting is the most effective way to practice physical training, but the 2 of us have been without food for 2 days. I immediately told you that the tiger was now kneeling on its knees and fasting, and had been preparing for 2 days. Next to him is a Chinese man, holding a watch with dozens of long and short straight red lines written on the side. For example, the expression for calculating the height of increase and decrease is to record the order of higher and lower jumps. This person holds it to show you, saying that somewhere from low to high, it is the most difficult to jump over, and praises you for his superhuman skills. After I went out and went down the slope, I met many Western women, and they all greeted me as a courtesy. I congratulated you on the success of the movement and thanked him with a smile. I woke up from the dream. In the rest of my life, I have never experienced any movement, nor have I experienced any movement in a dream. I have not had this thought in my mind for a long time. It is strange that I suddenly have this dream. Is it probably because there is something empty in the stomach? On the 3rd day, it was sunny and sunny, 52 degrees. The 3rd day before fasting. Get up at 7:30. It means waking up hungry in the morning, with confusion in the chest, abnormal depression, dry mouth and drinking cold water. He reluctantly sat up and put on his clothes. He felt dizzy, confused, sweating and vomiting. He couldn't bear any strength. He still lay down with his clothes on for a long time. After drinking 2 cups of plum tea, I woke up feeling exhausted and weak in limbs. After 9 o'clock, I recovered slightly and ate 2 oranges. I had no bowel movement in the morning. I drank a dose of medicinal oil and had a soft stool at 10:30, which was very refreshing. I had diarrhea once at 11 o'clock, and I was in good spirits, no different from usual. At 11:20, eat half a bowl of porridge, 1 plum and 1 perilla. Copies of the statues of Putai and Tianjin, 2 pages. Drinking water, food, sore throat, or the spring water is too strong, causing the skin in the throat to peel. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, burp after drinking water, eat a small pear, and at 5 o'clock, eat half a cup of porridge. I have recovered from my cold that day, but I sometimes have a slight cough. In the afternoon and evening, I served the monk and sat in meditation for an hour, chanting the Buddha's name. Half asleep at 8 o'clock. Since Rinshan's prediction, he has been unable to sleep peacefully for a long time, and has been tossing and turning in and out of sleep. The 4th day was sunny and 53 degrees. The 4th day before fasting. Get up at 7:30. In the morning, my breath was stuffy, my heartbeat was heavy, and I was thirsty, but it was much less severe than yesterday morning. Drinking cold water made me feel better. After getting up, I felt slightly dizzy and my limbs were weak. Eat 1 orange and half a banana. At 8:30, I was as energetic as usual. I went upstairs to visit Master Hongyi and borrowed 3 Buddhist scriptures. Take a walk to the mountain gate in the afternoon. I felt a little tired when I returned. I had a lot of hiccups that day, and I felt thirsty from time to time. I drank 4 large glasses of cold water in total. Write 84 regular characters and 54 seal characters. No stool. After 4 o'clock, I feel dizzy and have a slight loss of energy. I eat 2 small oranges. At 11 o'clock that day, he drank 2 bowls of rice soup and ate more than 20 rice grains. Go to bed at 8 o'clock and eat half a banana before going to bed. Self-prepared fasting, pain in hind legs and numbness in hands and feet at 3 o'clock every night. I used to have this disease every severe winter, but it was not serious. On the 5th day, it was sunny and sunny, 53 degrees. The 5th day before fasting. Get up at 7:30. I felt quite comfortable in the first half of the night, but still had leg pain and numbness in my hands and feet in the second half of the night. Woke up at 3 o'clock, with dry mouth and slight heartbeat, which was lighter than yesterday. Eat half a banana, drink cold water and sleep for a while. Woke up at 6 o'clock, feeling very good. After getting up, I felt less dizzy and fatigued than the previous 2 days, and my energy was as normal. Cheerful. Go to the vegetable garden to pick flowers for the iron vase. Eat half a pear and spit out the residue. Since yesterday, I have been writing a lot and feel pain in my left lower back. There was a loud noise in my stomach that day. I have a runny nose from time to time, and the swelling in my throat has not healed. In the afternoon, I sat in meditation for an hour while waiting for the monk to chant sutras, and I felt slight pain in my lower back. Not as quiet as the day before. Eat half a pear at 3 o'clock and spit out the residue. Eat half a banana. Drink a bowl of rice soup at noon and evening. 162 words. In the evening, I feel a little less energetic, aversion to cold and thirsty. I was scheduled to fast from the day after tomorrow. I will fast from tomorrow to obey God's decree. During the fasting period, drink 1 serving of pear juice and 3 small servings of orange juice every day. Rinse your mouth after drinking. Also, because of belief, God offers a grain of raw white rice for every morning meal, and before sleeping, he eats half a banana. There was no bowel movement that day and I went to bed at 7 o'clock. My nervousness was very severe that night, with the sounds of rats and people snoring. No sleep all night. Very dry mouth, slightly mild leg pain in the second half of the night, and slight shoulder pain. On the 6th day, it was sunny and warm, and partly cloudy in the evening, 56 degrees. The first day of fasting. Get up at 8 o'clock. I woke up at 3 o'clock with heartbeat and chest tightness. I drank cold water, orange juice, and a cup of plum tea. I got up at 8 o'clock, feeling weak in my limbs. My head is slightly dizzy, I feel very weak when writing, and my energy is not as good as yesterday. Have a cup of plum tea at 8:30. His brain power is gradually declining, his eyesight and hands are weak, he makes mistakes when writing diaries, and he forgets a lot. After 9:30, I feel a little more energetic. After 10 o'clock, I was in good spirits and my thirst was gone. The swelling and soreness in the throat healed over the past few days. I went to the main hall twice today and walked up and down the 24 stone steps 4 times. I already felt exhausted like never before. I drank 1 pear juice and 2 orange juices that day. In the evening, my energy is still good, better than yesterday, but my ears are still weak. Still have runny nose from time to time. Especially good at night. I feel so hungry today. I felt the urge to defecate late at night and only farted a few times, but still had no bowel movements. It is a good night's sleep, and the first half of the night is especially peaceful and comfortable. Before going to sleep, plug your ears with cotton and recite the message of unity between God and man. The leg pain at night has subsided, but there is slight pain in my left shoulder. Go to bed at 7 o'clock. The dream of turning into a handsome young man is attributed to the effect of fasting. On the 7th day, it became cloudy and sunny again, and the wind was strong at night, 54 degrees. It is the 2nd day of fasting. Get up at 6:30. When I woke up at 4 o'clock, my heartbeat recovered slightly and became lighter than the previous 2 days. Drink a lot of cold water. Get up at 6:30. Because my dizziness has been relieved that day, my energy is better than yesterday, and the weather is very warm, so I get up early. Drink an orange juice after getting up. Read the picture of the deeds of Sakyamuni Tathagata in the morning. After 8 o'clock, he became depressed, yawned, had a stuffy mouth and runny nose, but he stood up and moved as usual. In the afternoon, the body is very cold and it is better to take a rest. Come up with several kinds of food and try them out someday. Fried cakes, cake soup, shrimp tofu, shrimp noodles, assorted shreds, and salty melon. I got up at 3 o'clock. The cold was gone and my legs were stronger than yesterday. I had no bowel movement that day and drank a lot of cold water. I had slight pain in my shoulder in the first half of the night and had to move left and right frequently, but it healed in the second half of the night. On the 8th, it was overcast, windy and cold, with sunshine in the afternoon and 50 degrees. It is the 3rd day of fasting. Get up at 10 o'clock. When I woke up at 5 o'clock, my energy was very good. I had no heartbeat, dizziness, etc. as in the previous few days. Because of the cold weather and strong wind. So I got up late. After getting up, I felt very energetic and my hands and feet were strong. I went for a walk in the hospital. Go to bed at 4:30. It gets cold in the afternoon, so I go to bed early. During this day, my appetite is slightly aroused, sometimes I feel hungry, and I meditate on the types of various foods and their taste. It was a good night's sleep, with slight pain in the foot joints. On the 9th, sunny, cold, windy, cloudy in the afternoon, 48 degrees. It's the 4th day of fasting. Get up at 8:30. When I wake up at 4 o'clock, my gas is very good, just like usual. After getting up, I felt as energetic as usual and my hands and feet were strong. The morning sun shines on people, and their minds are refreshed. Slight pain in urethra after urination. Because of drinking too much water. From now on, I will not drink pear and orange juice, but instead drink 2 cups of salt and plum tea. In the afternoon, I felt depressed in my chest due to drinking too much water. I feel the best before noon that day. I write 84 and go for a walk in the vegetable garden. It was cold in the afternoon, and I felt relieved for a while. Get up at 3 o'clock and exercise indoors. Don't feel hungry that day. I went to bed at 5:30 because of the cold weather. On the 10th day, it is cloudy, cold, 47 degrees. It is the 5th day of fasting. Get up at 10:30. I woke up at 4:30, and my energy and spirit were the same as yesterday. Feel the best after waking up. I got up late that day because of the cold. Add a small cup of salt soup today. At 11 o'clock, Yang and Lu Jun came to talk about Jihuan. Go to bed at all times because of the cold. I wrote half a page that day. Recently my nervousness has improved a little. Therefore, you can sleep more peacefully at night. But because drinking too much water yesterday hurt my stomach and made me feel upset, I drank less water today. On the 11th, it was cold and cloudy, but sunny in the evening, 47 degrees. It is the 6th day of fasting. Get up at 9:30. I woke up at 4:30 and my gas was the same as yesterday. I have slight pain in my right foot at night, and my stomach eventually feels uncomfortable. I had a dry mouth that day and got up a little late because of the cold. Drink half a cup of salt soup and pear juice. Sunset. Open-minded. Writing 138. Sitting under the eaves to expose the sun, go to bed at 4 o'clock, but go to bed early because of the cold. It's time to thank God for His grace and vow to take refuge. Book of Blessings. On the 12th, it was overcast, foggy and cold in the morning, then sunny in the afternoon, 48 degrees. It is the 7th day of fasting. Get up at 11 o'clock. When I woke up at 4:30, my gas was the same as yesterday, my foot pain had healed, and my stomach felt comfortable. My mouth is dry and I dare not get out of bed because of the cold. At 11 o'clock, Fuji sent someone to bring cotton-padded clothes, so he put on his clothes and got up. Drink pear juice, salt soup, and orange juice. In the afternoon, I felt very energetic, my ears and eyes were sharp, and my mind was refreshed, which was better than the previous few days. Go for a walk in the vegetable garden. Writing 54. Since yesterday, I have experienced changes in my abdomen, a slight urge to defecate, and sometimes a slight feeling of hunger. I drank very little water that day. The evening was fine and I went to bed at 4:30. On the 13th, it was partly sunny and overcast in the morning, then sunny and mild, and the evening wind was 54 degrees. The first day of post-fasting period. Get up at 8:30. The gas is the same as yesterday. I drank 2 bowls of light rice soup in the morning, but I didn't know the taste. I often felt the urge to defecate, and my dry mouth got better. Drink pear juice and orange juice. At 11 o'clock, I drank a bowl of thick rice soup and ate a prune, but I didn't know the taste. Take a little laxative oil at 11 o'clock. I had a heavy bowel movement at 11:30. The stool is red in color, and there is slight pain in the abdomen during defecation. After defecation, the body gradually feels weak and the hands and feet are weak. I reluctantly went to the vegetable garden once in the afternoon. Do not drink cold water on this day. Writing 54 before noon. My body was very tired that day, which was not the case during the fasting period. My appetite has not been developed, I don't feel hungry, and I especially don't want to drink rice soup. I barely drink a bowl at night, and I can't drink more. The 14th, sunny, windy before noon, 50 degrees. The second day after fasting. Get up at 7:30. The gas is the same as yesterday, and I can sleep more peacefully at night. At 5 o'clock, I drank a bowl of rice soup and my mouth became dry. I wake up feeling better than yesterday. She had diarrhea once, drank a bowl of rice soup, drank orange juice, and ate half an apple. That day, because the rice soup and prunes didn't suit my appetite, I drank a bowl of thin lotus root starch and 2 fried rice cakes at 11 o'clock. I felt it was extremely delicious and my energy level suddenly increased. Spiritual recovery. It was a very happy and satisfying day. For a while, drink a cup of thin lotus root powder and a piece of rice cake. Writing 384. I had a slight pain in my waist and wrist, so I recited Prelude to Kagura song secretly. Eat a bowl of porridge, half a salted egg, and a prune at 4 o'clock. You won't feel very hungry that day, and you will be very satisfied. Go to bed at 5:30. The 15th, sunny, 49 degrees. The third day of post-fasting. Get up at 7 o'clock. I am gradually able to sleep at night, and my gas is as normal as usual. Hold a quilt, drink a cup of tea, and eat 3 pieces of rice cake. Eat lotus root flour rice cake in the morning. Go for a walk in the vegetable garden of the Buddhist hall before noon, and write 84. 2 bowls of porridge and a little green vegetables and salted eggs for lunch. Eat 4 taros in the evening, very delicious. Eat 1 pear and 2 oranges. Please copy 2 pages of Yushin Yu Song and recite the first, second, and third chapters secretly. In the evening, drink 2 bowls of porridge, green vegetables, salted eggs, and some prunes. After eating porridge in the evening, eat rice cakes and drink tea. Unable to reconcile, the stomach is not in harmony, and the stomach is pounding all night long. There was no bowel movement that day and I went to bed at 7 o'clock. The 16th, sunny, 49 degrees. The 4th day of post-fasting. Get up at 7:30. Drink a cup of black tea and eat lotus root and taro in the morning. For lunch, I had 3 bowls of thin porridge and half a bowl of vegetables and taro, which was very delicious. I have never known that taro tastes like this in my life. Eat oranges and apples. Eat the same food in the evening as in the afternoon. That afternoon I went for a walk outside the mountain gate and recited the Song of Divine Music, which was very pleasant. This is the first happy day since entering the mountain. Respectfully copy the 7 leaves of Song of Divine Music and recite the 4th and 5th chapters secretly. Take 1 cigarette after dinner. I went to bed at 7:30 and went to sleep late. My stomach was very restless and I had no bowel movement that day. On the 17th, it was sunny and warm, 52 degrees. The 5th day of post-fasting. Get up at 7 o'clock. I still can't sleep much at night, and drink a very small amount of purgative oil in the morning. The morning meal is a bowl of thick porridge and 5 taros. Still not enough, eat 3 more rice cakes and a bowl of lotus root starch. I had a bowel movement at 9:30, very comfortable. Go to the vegetable garden and recite the Royal God Music Song. For lunch, 1 bowl of rice, 2 bowls of porridge, and 1 bowl of fried tofu. In this temple, we eat tofu on the 1st and 15th day of every lunar month. Today, it is because of the death of a monk. I had enough money for burial, so I used it to buy tofu. Went for a walk outside the mountain gate twice before and after noon. Planned to shave after going out. I heard that Jade was picking radishes, and they were very sweet to eat. The dinner consisted of 3 bowls of porridge and 1 bowl of tofu and green vegetables. It was delicious. Today I copy 5 leaves of Yushin Yusong. Recite 6 times secretly. Write a letter to express your kindness. I feel happy after defecation that day, especially after dinner, and I sit under the eaves for a long time. It is planned to change the name to Exian in the future, with the same character. Go to bed at 7:30. On the 18th, it was overcast, lightly rainy, and 49 degrees. The last day of fasting. Get up at 5:30. I slept soundly for 8 hours at night, which was very relaxing and refreshing, something I hadn't experienced since I entered the mountains. I got up early in the morning because I wanted to eat the breakfast porridge in the temple. After getting up, I had a very smooth bowel movement. At 6:30 o'clock, I ate 3 bowls of thick porridge and 1 bowl of tofu and vegetables. My stomach became very bloated. Sit in a hut in the vegetable garden and recite songs of divine music. Today I recite the 7th chapter secretly, and I respectfully copy the 8 leaves of Song of Divine Music. At noon, eat 2 bowls of rice and 1 bowl of tofu and vegetables. If your stomach is enlarged, take 1 bowl of cigarettes. Go for a walk in the mountains in the afternoon and feel very strong. Pick a few branches of dried flowers and plants, and a few pine nuts. Eat 2 bowls of thick porridge and half a bowl of vegetables for dinner. Do not dare to eat more than this for fear of stomach bloating. Feeling very happy in the chest after the meal. I wrote 54 words under the lamp, compiled Chinese character classes for fasting, and went to bed at 7:30. On the 19th, it was overcast and lightly raining. I got up at 4:30. I left the mountain and returned to school at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Instructions to menu, dinner dish, oranges. Made clothes with sleeves, 22 essentials, tarpaulin for the sedan, choice of bearers, new mosquito net, chamber pot. Personal events, taking photos, paying for meals, sending a kind letter. Pursuing the true meaning of law. Because after I became a monk, I always chose a quiet and peaceful place or retreated to recite Buddhist scriptures. Either I am engaged in writing, and sometimes I explain precepts and practice to the public, so people often feel that I am missing and cannot find me. In fact, Buddhism is everywhere, and wherever there is Buddhism, there will be me. And I have a special liking for the study of Buddhist precepts. I not only study it day and night, but I will not hesitate to devote all my life's energy to it. Moreover, after I became a monk, I recognized the essence of promoting Vinaya. He has always lived a life of discipline and discipline. This kind of life has greatly helped my spiritual practice. I first came into contact with law. Mainly, my friend Ma Yifu gave me a book called Collection of the Principles of Lingfeng Bini, and a book called Baohua Precepts and Standards. After reading them very carefully, I felt a mixture of joy and sorrow. Clear state of mind. Therefore, he made up his mind to learn the precepts in order to promote the righteousness of the Dharma. Collected Essentials of Lingfeng Bini Shi is the spiritual essence of the eminent monk O.E. Jishu in the late Ming dynasty. The name Baohua Chuan Jiajing Fan is the standard of commandments formulated by Master Jian Yu Baohua in the late Ming dynasty for the transmission of precepts. After carefully studying the works of the two senior masters, I sincerely admired the master's spiritual teachings and had to sigh with emotion. I lament that the current Buddhist precepts are decadent, and many monks have no real precepts to abide by. If this continues for a long time, Buddhism will not last forever, and monks will no longer exist. This is the reason why I determined to study Vinaya. I often think, in this Dharma ending season, all the precepts cannot be obtained. There are many reasons for this. But now there is no one who can teach the precepts. If things go on like this, I think the monastic community may be extinct. Please pay attention to what I said about the cessation of the monk species. It's not that there are no more monks in China, but that there are no more monks who truly understand and can abide by the precepts. After thinking about this, I went to Wenzhou Qingfu Temple for retreat in 1921, and later studied Nanshan Vinaya. After a long period of research and practice, I spent 4 years at the Westlake Yuchuan Temple writing the records of the precepts and appearances of bhikshus in the 4 points. It is not difficult to see from this book that the Buddhist ideological system I am engaged in is based on Huayan. The 4 laws are actions, which lead to the Pure Land as their fruits. It is very rare for a monk like me who first entered Buddhism to choose Vinaya as my lifelong research direction. This makes me very sad. If only there were more monks like me who could uphold the precepts and abide by the rules. Then it will not be difficult to carry forward Buddhism. Insights on spreading the Dharma calmly. From the time I became a monk until now, for nearly 20 years, I have been practicing the precepts, and I have never made alms, built temples, or ordained disciples. He has never held any position such as abbot or prison supervisor, and he rarely even accepts donations from ordinary people. Sometimes there is no way to refuse the donation, so we have to accept it and transfer it to the temple. As for my personal daily flower use, usually sponsored by several of my past friends or students. Because since I started to practice the precepts, from a legal point of view, accepting gifts from others casually, even if they are sincere donations from the donor, is a violation of the 5 precepts of stealing. Furthermore, casually accepting gifts from others will foster bad habits, which is not conducive to practice, let alone the understanding of Buddhism. Therefore, I pay great attention to money matters and dare not slack off at all. I remember when I was in my 3rd year as a monk. A lay Buddhist in Shanghai sent me money to buy monk robes and daily necessities. I returned the money and expressed my gratitude politely. During the 20 years that I have been a monk, I have visited Yuchuan Temple in Hangzhou, Jingyan Temple in Jiaxing. I have lived in dozens of temples such as Tsuzhou Lianhua Temple and Wenzhou Qingfu Temple, among which I stayed in Wenzhou for the longest time. Now I have been living in southern Fujian for the past few years, mainly in Quanzhou and Xiamen. During this time in southern Fujian, I have been writing books. He also explained the written book to the monks and put his determination to promote the precepts into action. Being in southern Fujian was the most important period for me to preach the precepts, and what made me feel gratified was that every time I went to explain the precepts, there will be many monks coming to Xinlu, and they are all very serious. Around this time, there were more than 10 people who often stayed with me, including Xingchang, Yijuan, Ruijin, Guangxia, etc. They all gave me a lot of help in preaching Vinaya. It can be seen from now on. The true theory of Buddhism and the rigorous method of practice are what many monks long for. Therefore, I am no longer afraid that Buddhism cannot be promoted. It seems that as a Taoist, as long as there is spring in the heart, you don't need worldly enjoyment to please yourself, but everything in the world can make you feel happy. What's more, we are working hard to liberate many suffering people in the world. As long as there is some achievement and hope, we should be happy. In addition, I will briefly describe the simple Buddhist practice method and my fate in Yongchun. The reason why I came to Yongchun was first initiated 3 years ago. Master Xingyuan often persuades me to come here, and often mentions how good Puji Temple is. 2 years ago in the spring, after I completed my lecture on the Vinaya in Nanpuchuo, Master Miaohui went to Xiamen and invited me to come here. At that time, because there were too many people who were studying the law, and the facilities in Puji Temple were not extensive, it could not accommodate them, so it was forced to stop. It's because the first desire came to nothing. In the winter of that year, there was a kind teacher who went to Wanxian, Xiamen, holding an invitation from friends in Yongchun to take me to Yongchun. At that time, because I had already accepted the invitation from Chuanzhou Caoan, I could not come to Yongchun. So the second time didn't come. Last winter, Master Miaohui came to pick her up again. I wanted to come as invited, but unexpectedly, when I was passing through Chuanzhou, I was persuaded by some kind friends to stay, so I had no choice but to postpone it to this spring. It's because the third time didn't come. Until half a month ago this year, Master Miaohui went to Chuanzhou to persuade people for the fourth time. Since the public has such great intentions, they have to come. At that time, I was very busy giving lectures in various places in Chuanzhou, so it was postponed for more than half a month. Now I have to come to your place. I am very happy to meet you, kind friends. I have wanted to come here since 3 years ago, but I have been hindered by things many times. Now that I can come here, I can fulfill my long-cherished wish, and I can say that I am very happy. The origin of Yu Honglu. When Honglu Karma first became a monk. Read the annotations of Brahma Net immediately. Continuing to read Lingfeng Zonglu initiated the desire to learn the law. When taking the precepts, read The True Model of Precepts and Collection of the Principles of Bini at any time. In the spring of Gingshan, 3 ancient editions of Nanshan Ganadharma were obtained from Japan, totaling more than 80 volumes. In the spring of Shinyo, I began to compile the precepts and signs. In June, the first draft was completed. It has since been revised many times and copied by hand several times. That year, when I read the collection, I came across the translation of Yubu Vinaya by Yijing Sanzang in the Nanhai Jigui Nei Dharma biography. I was deeply impressed. It is said that the older law is good. Therefore, in the first and second drafts of the 4-point precepts and signs, Yi Jing's theory was repeatedly quoted to correct Nanshan. Later, I realized that I had done something wrong by slandering Gu Gu, so I wiped it out. After many deletions and revisions, it became the final version. Although I will never dare to slander Nanshan in the future. However, the 3 major divisions in Nanshan have not yet been carefully studied, therefore, the sealing system is dedicated to studying the divisional rules. In 2 years, he compiled 1 volume of Excerpts of the Prisoners of the Department and self-copied 1 roll. At that time, the layman Su Weiru was in Tianjin, specializing in engraving Nanshan sex legal texts. It cost tens of thousands of dollars and lasted more than 10 years. Hung Liuanwen. Such a precept is what I vow to uphold and practice until the end of the future. With this merit, may all the sins I and all sentient beings have committed since time immemorial be eradicated. If all sentient beings have fixed karma, for those who deserve retribution, I will accept it on their behalf. Throughout the realm of motes of dust, I have experienced all the evil paths, gone through kalpas of motes of dust, prepared to experience all kinds of suffering, endure it with joy, and never regret it, so that all sentient beings can first achieve the path of Buddhahood. The vows I make are true, and they are only those who realize the knowledge of the three jewels. There are three types of self-composed aspiration sentences in eating, walking, standing, sitting and lying down. I always remember that all the merits I have cultivated will be returned to all sentient beings in the Dharma realm. For the countless evil deeds caused by sentient beings, I hope that I will bear all the suffering for them. I vow to sacrifice my life to protect all Buddha Dharma in the 3 generations. I swear to sacrifice my life to save all sentient beings in the Dharma realm. I wish to be on behalf of all sentient beings in the Dharma realm. Suffering from all. I wish to protect the Nanshan Siphon Vinaya sect and spread it to the world. The people who lived in the Nanshan Law Garden made vows to learn the law. Before the ancestors of Buddha and Bodhisattva, we made the 4 great vows together. First, I wish that my disciples and disciples of the Vinaya will always be good friends, support each other, and never let go. Classmate Binny. Proclaim the great Dharma together, cultivate the monk species, and benefit all living beings. Firstly, I hope that when my disciples learn the Vinaya and propagate the Dharma, they will have peace of mind and body, no demonic obstacles, smooth environment, and sufficient resources. Firstly, I hope that when the Nanshan Vinaya Academy is established, the universal collect many people and spread it widely. Not for fame, not for profit. One vow is to generate great bodhicitta and protect the Dharma. I vow to do my best to spread the Nanshan Vinaya teachings that have been submerged for more than 700 years and spread throughout the world. I hope that the true Dharma will revive again and that the Buddha's sun will shine again, and I am willing to use this to make great vows, and to make the merits of the 4 vows, and even to learn all the merits of the discipline in the future. All of this is dedicated to the sentient beings in the Dharma realm. Only hope that all sentient beings will have a great intention to quickly eliminate karma, achieve ultimate happiness, and realize Bodhi early. I pray to all the Buddhas in the 10 directions, my master, Sakyamuni Buddha, the land of ultimate bliss, Amitabha Buddha, Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, Mahasattva Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. Lawyer Mahasa Nanshan Dao Xian, Lawyer Lingzhi Yuanzhao, Master Lingfeng Oyi, express their kind thoughts and condolences, and prove their acceptance. Instructions on the essentials of family law. Anyone who has just started to take refuge should continue to take the 5 precepts after receiving the 3 refuges. If you can't fully accept the self-examination for a while, that is, you can take the 4 precepts and 3 precepts first, or even only 1 or 2 precepts. If a layman has heard the law and is well versed in it, knows how to look after himself, strictly restrains himself, does not do anything inappropriate, and dare not act rashly, he may not violate the 4 precepts of killing, committing sexual misconduct, telling lies, and drinking alcohol. It is the most difficult thing for people who work in society not to break the precept of stealing. For example, when you jointly buy land and real estate or do business with others, when filing taxes and paying donations, you will inevitably end up paying the majority for the minority. Since there are several people in a partnership, it would be foolish for others to want to repay the situation in real terms. Or there are those who are opposed by shareholders. Committing something without knowing it, and committing something knowingly violating the law, such as enclosing banknotes in a letter, concealing a handwritten letter in a clever way, and sending it as a printed matter are all crimes of tax theft. Any taking without giving is prohibited by law. However, those who do not accept tricks and have the intention to steal, as well as the behavior of stealing, are all guilty of theft. Not only when money comes in and out, one should strictly purify their mind, even if it is as small as a piece of grass, a tree, an inch of paper or a line. One must first make a clear request to the owner and get his permission before using it. Taking without asking for permission, taking without asking for permission, all have the intention of taking without giving, and are committing theft and misappropriation, and are committing the crime of theft. Questions and Answers Chapter 10. Question. In recent times, when the precepts are taught in various jungles, they are all required to familiarize themselves with the daily essentials of Binaini, commonly known as the 53 mantras. Can it be pending? Answer. Master O.E. once explained this meaning, but I will briefly record it now. Wen Yun, since we have predicted that among monks, we should put the discipline of discipline first. Today's vow gatha, that is, wishing all living beings, etc., originally came from Huayan. All kinds of mantras belong to the Tantric Buddhism. Although the discussion of Dharma is inconceivable. Each of the covenant repair certificates has its own sect. If you collect them all, if they are a verse, a sentence, or a word, they are all seeds of the Tao. If you examine it, it will be completely wrong. The law is not regular, the manifestation is not obvious, the secret is not dense, and it is only scattered and good. This is why the true method gradually declines, and the final luck is sluggish. A person with great ambitions would be better off specializing in the precepts. It is also the duty of a bhikkhu. Question. Baizhang's Qing rules are quite similar to the precepts. Should those who study the law today also refer to it? Answer. Baizhang compiled this book in the Tang dynasty, and it has been added and deleted by others many times. In the Yuan dynasty, there were many changes, and its original appearance was almost invisible, therefore the lotus pond. Master O.E. vigorously denounced it. Master Lianqi's words have not been reviewed yet. What Master O.E. said is recorded below. Wen Yun, the destruction of the righteous law is entirely due to the ignorance of legal studies. Baizhang's clear rules have long lost their original meaning. They were fabricated and embellished by popular monks and abbots in the Yuan dynasty, and they are unreasonable in literature and science. Nowadays, people who follow it are all because they are not familiar with the disciplines. It is also said, if it is not made by the Buddha, it is called illegal, such as the Baizhang Qing regulations attached to the Yuan dynasty, etc. Another saying, Baizhang has clear rules. The abbot Shirdi of the Yuan dynasty was particularly shameful. According to the books of the Vinaya sect, they are as vast as a sea of smoke. I will study them all. It's not enough for coolies. Even if the original version of Baizhang still exists today, there is no need to read it. How about it being a fake version? Today it is appropriate to use the words of the great masters of Lotus Pond and Lotus Root to teach Taoists what is possible. Question: nowadays, people in the secular world often claim to have taken refuge with a certain teacher when they seek refuge from a teacher. Is it unknown? Answer: otherwise. The person you take refuge in is the Sangha, not just because you take refuge in a certain teacher. Master O.E. said, if you take refuge in the Sangha, then all the Sangha will be my teachers. Nowadays, secular people choose a virtuous monk to worship him, and secretly think, I am a disciple of a certain knowledge and a certain Dharma master. Those who know the Dharma master also secretly wonder, that certain layman and certain official took refuge in me. Alas! If this is the case, then you should take refuge in the Buddha, take refuge in the Dharma, and make friends with a great virtue. But it's okay to take refuge in the monks. Question: those who promoted the law in modern times. Master Lotus Pond's summary of the rituals for novice monks. Is it good or not? Answer: among the books that comment on the precepts of novices, the summary of the 10 precepts and rituals of novices written by Master O.E. is the most complete. This book was engraved in Yangzhou and is in one volume, titled The 10 Precepts and Precepts of Novices. The price is only a dime of the ocean. If you want to explain the novice rules to beginners, this book should be used. Master Lianqi is a great virtue from the Pure Land, and the discipline of law is not his specialty. In the outline of the legal rituals written, most of them are judged by their own opinions and do not follow the legal system. Therefore, Master O.E. said, Master Lianqi specializes in promoting the Pure Land, but is slightly less involved in the study of Vinaya. It is also said, the outline of the rituals has been carefully considered and the opportunity has come, but the method of opening up the severity of confession has not yet been explained. As evidenced by these texts, although this book can guide the common people, it seems that it is not completely good. Question: the 10th precept of novice monks. Do not hold on to gold or silver. What method should people follow today to avoid violating this precept? Answer: the Fundamental Sutra Vinaya says, if a bhikkhu obtains gold, silver, or other objects, he should seek out lay people as benefactors. That is, if he wants to seize the objects as benefactors, he will not commit any offense. Although he is far away from the donor, if he gets gold, silver, etc. again in the future, you should hold it as a benefactor from afar. Even as long as the benefactor's life has existed, he has never committed any crime. If there is no donor to get it from, you should hold gold, silver, and other objects and say to a bhikkhu, Dear me, great virtue. I, Bhikkhu A, have obtained this impure wealth. I should hold on to this impure wealth and exchange it for pure wealth. 3. Say it already. You should hold it yourself, or have others hold it. There is no offense. Question: in this world, hundreds of people gather together to preach ordination for a period of 1 month. Is this a Buddhist system? Answer: in the Buddha's world, Anyone who received the ordination could be given the ordination by a tonsured monk who invited 9 monks to do so. This was done by one person individually. Although there were many people who shared it in the Tang dynasty, it was only 1 or 20 people. As for modern times, people gather in large numbers just to liven up the courtyard. Therefore, Master O.E. once said, "You can enter the Tao at any time, so there is no need for Laba and April 8th, difficult fate only allowed the 3 of them." How can we tolerate large numbers of people reaching hundreds and thousands? As for the time of receiving the precepts, it can be given in less than half a day, so why take more than 1 day? Moreover, in modern times, when large numbers of people gather in 1 month, only those who have received the ordination are asked to help with water and land prayers and other Buddhist services. They are busy all day long and rarely have any spare time. The matter of being ordained. It doesn't matter, I can't even bear to say it. Therefore, it does not take many days to receive the precepts. The most important thing is that monks should bear the responsibility of teaching before and after receiving teachings. Tang Yijing Sanzang said, "There is no time when you want to feel, you are very tired. Also, since you have already achieved it, you don't care about the precepts, don't recite the precepts, and don't wear the rules. If you sell the Dharma in vain, you will harm yourself and others. If you behave like this, you will destroy the Dharma." Master O.E. said, "The monk's ordination is a grand rule for the world, and the monk treasure is established by it. The important thing is to practice and practice after receiving it, and you can't just go to the altar to pay off the blame. Therefore, it is better to induce, reward and advise beforehand." Studying to find out the merit requires 5 summers. And the masters and craftsmen of later generations are good at things and beautiful. So he used the usual method of enlightenment and mixed it into the time of going to the altar to teach, and although he seemed to be very polite when receiving it, it was said that he had completed his work after receiving it. It's nothing more than a mistake. Question: in this world, the precepts are given by names such as Jia Yuan and Jia Kue. What's the solution to the unknown? Answer: before taking the ordination, the ordained person was asked to contribute money to obtain it. It is no different from the Qing dynasty, when people donated money and received merit. It is not based on the superiority or inferiority of morality. This is a bad habit and should be eliminated. Question: if you take the precepts in the last days and fail to follow the law, you will never take the precepts. I don't know how to make it more convenient. And can you obtain the bhikkhu ordination? Answer: Master O.E. said, if you want to obtain pure precepts in the last days, there is no other way than this method of observing the wheel signs. This refers to the method of observing and repenting established by Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Sutra on observing good and evil karma and retributions. Also, according to the Zhancha Sutra, it says, show the outline of the confession method first. In the future, sentient beings who wish to become monks, or who have already become monks, will not be able to receive good ordination teachers and pure monks, and they will have doubts in their minds and will not be able to accept the forbidden precepts according to the Dharma. But if you can learn to develop the heart of the Supreme Way, your body, speech and mind will also be pure, after 7 days of repentance. Every morning, if you use your body, speech, and mind in 3 rounds and 3 throws, and they are all pure and good, you are called to obtain the pure form. Those who have not yet become a monk should shave their heads, wear Dharma robes, and look up to the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas of the 10 directions, asking them to be their masters. Make a single-minded vow to declare the precepts and precepts. Let's talk about the 10 fundamental precepts of a bodhisattva first. Next time, the 3 kinds of precepts and rituals of the bodhisattva should be gathered together. The so-called precepts for taking in rituals, 5, 8, 10, etc., taking in good dharma, and taking in sentient beings. If you take the oath and accept it, you will be given the ordination to become a monk and become a bhikkhu or bhikshuni. Therefore, Master Oe retired as a novice at the age of 35. Then he devoted himself to practicing the rituals of worship and repentance. On the first day of the first month of the lunar month, when he was 47 years old, he obtained the pure chakra and obtained the bhikkhu ordination. According to the precepts, he retired and became a monk, upasaka. When he became a monk, he took the 8 precepts for a long time. On the theory of no precepts, I vowed to take refuge in the 3 refuges and the 5 precepts. Long-term 8 abstinence. The bodhisattva precepts are few. The 4th state of mind corresponds to the precepts given to monks. Either the mind is not in the right state, or the state is not satisfactory, or the state of mind is not corresponding. It is not illegal. Question: if a person has broken the 4th level of precepts, do he still need to take the bhikkhu ordination again? Answer: those who are at home may break 4 of the 5 or 8 precepts. A monk may break the 4 levels of the precepts of a novice, a shikshamana, a bhikkhu, or a bhikshuni, and he may also be guilty of minor crimes. If you follow the Hinayana law, you cannot suffer it again. According to the Brahma Net Sutra, even if one can repent, one must wait until he meets the good friend. Now according to the method of Zhansha Jingxian, then it will be a period of time to obtain the pure will phase. The Zhansha Sutra says, in the future, if any living beings, whether at home or as monks, wish to receive the pure and wonderful precepts, but have already committed serious crimes, i.e., side crimes, and are unable to receive them, they should also practice the method of repentance as above. Order. His true heart is to have good thoughts in body, speech, and mind. That's what you deserve. Question: when the ancient Zen masters lived in the mountains, they used 3 strips of bamboo and a hoe as a means of purifying themselves. When leading people, they also used a day of not doing anything and a day of not eating as a rule. They are all in line with the law. Why? Answer: the ancient Zen master Yen Jingbini. This is also the case for those who have a broad scope in the 3 realms, such as Yuan Gong and Zhi Ji. Secondly, he abandoned the subtle precepts and only protected the 4 levels, but he never dared to call himself a monk or despise the discipline. I feel ashamed that I have not been able to cultivate at the same time, thinking that I am gradually becoming virtuous. Someone once asked Zen Master Shochang. Buddhist monks are not allowed to dig in the ground and damage vegetation. Why do we cultivate our own crops now? The answer is, I have only realized the Buddha's heart, and can convey the Buddha's will, give instructions when the time is right, and make people understand the nature of the mind. If we use the correct Dharma to describe it, we can only call it a tonsured layman. How dare we take the name of a bhikkhu? Asked again. Suppose there are those who are capable of practicing bhikkhu affairs according to the Dharma, how will the master regard them? The answer is, if there is such a person in the envoy, you should respect him like a Buddha and treat him as a teacher. It's not that we don't do it, but we really can't do it. Also, Master Zibai lived his whole life eating only porridge and rice, and nothing else. I have been unable to hold a seat for more than 40 years. Because he failed to uphold the subtle precepts, he never dared to give people the novice ordination or bhikkhu precepts. As a last resort, teach the 5 precepts. Alas! The ancestors from the past have respected the discipline of Vinaya so much, how dare they take it lightly? Anyone who takes the Vinaya lightly will definitely have wrong views and not be a true master of the sect. 10 chapters listed above. It is not written in order, it was written in a hurry, and there may be some imperfections in the text, which can be corrected later. Wooden will sign, "Don't kill." It can show the difference between good and evil deeds done in past lives. There are 3 differences in the wheel phase. First, look at the presence or absence of good and evil seeds. Second, look at the strength of good and evil karma. 3 times shows the difference in retribution in 3 lifetimes. 10 rounds in total. The book contains the names of 10 good and 10 evil things. On one side, write good things, on the other side, write evil words, so that they can be opposite each other. Then the remaining 2 sides are empty, therefore, good and evil appear and do not appear. Use the second day of the first round to account for the time, whether the first round of thinking corresponds to it. Both are present, no more throwing, or another throw. In the second round, only the one that corresponds to the previous one is asked. If it does not match, throw again. The Bodhisattva precepts are sworn to be accepted by oneself and followed by yoga karma, karma first, then precepts. The precepts and karma of monks and nuns are the same as above, Bodhisattva 1, Bhikkhu 2. Before the year is over, it seems that one should still rely on the previous karma to receive it. When one is full, one should still rely on the previous karma to receive it. The first step in practicing the Dharma is to sprinkle and purify it first, circling the altar with the Shurangama mantra. After 7 days of repentance, throw 3 karmas. It is best to use 9. Close your eyes and then look again after 3 throws. 8 Principles of the Laws and Meanings of Zhengbiangshu. Question: how can we understand ourselves if we fail to follow the precepts? If someone fails to take the precepts and decides not to take the precepts in accordance with the law, is there any clear evidence to prove it? Answer: let's first explain the prohibition. 1. Boundary achievement, Dharma world. 2. There are monks, real bhikkhus, who can uphold the Dharma and obtain the bhikkhu precepts according to the karma record. 3. The number of monks is sufficient, 10 people. 5 people, jie jing jie ming. 4. All within the realm gather together and unite, not others. 5. There are karma teachings, such as dharma chanting. 6. The qualifications are sufficient, 3 robes and a bowl. If one of the above 6 conditions is missing, you will not be able to take the precepts. Now it is clear that there is no precept, so the decision can be made without any doubt. Novice monks should do a single white karma in the monks before taking the precepts from their teachers. Therefore, the first 5 conditions are the same and should be ruled as unacceptable. Question: Since I know that I have not been able to obtain the bhikkhu ordination, what should I do? Answer: Based on my humble opinion, the method to be drawn up can be divided into 2 parts. A persuasive ritual and a confession ritual. Seek to obtain bhikkhu ordination. Master O.E. said, if you want to obtain pure precepts in the last days, there is no other way than this method of observing the chakra. The master obtained the bhikkhu precepts based on this method. This is easy to know, so I won't go into details now. 2. Before attaining the precepts, for the sake of protecting the Dharma, you should maintain the status quo and not stop it. Those who have received the command but have not received it should learn the bhikkhu law. This matter is quite doubtful. The explanations that follow are all about this. Of the 2 things mentioned above, the first is the fundamental method, the second is the method to maintain the status quo. These 2 things should go hand in hand and are indispensable. If there is only the second and no first, then there will never be a real bhikkhu. If there is only the first without the second, the status quo in the transitional era cannot be maintained. Therefore, it is appropriate to do both at the same time. Question: If a non-bhikkhu learns the bhikkhu law, can he have the testimony of the holy teachings? To answer this question, we must first explain the 3 words non-monk. There are 3 categories of non-monks. A novice monk, this is not the original intention of the questioner. 2. Those who have received novice ordination from novices and bhikkhus, but are not as good as the Dharma, this is the original intention of the questioner. The following answers are all based on this explanation. The article also sometimes refers to the 2 categories, the former and the former, for the sake of clarity, but not the correct meaning. Those who have not received novice or bhikkhu ordination. Answer: If you want to find the rules in the Vinaya but have not yet obtained the precepts, you must learn the plain text of the Vinaya, which is impossible. However, quotations can be cited to prove that there is nothing wrong with non-monks learning the Bhikkhu Vinaya. You can also cite a quotation to prove that those who have received the Bhikkhu precepts but are not as good as the Dharma and are not allowed to take the precepts in white robes. Even if they are heard among the monks to practice karma formally, they will not become thieves. Judgment based on this meaning. Those who have received the Dharma and are not allowed to practice white robes may also learn the Bhikkhu Vinaya. Even if I heard among the monks that they were practicing karma formally, it seemed to be no big deal. Question: As I said before, if a non-bhikkhu learns the bhikkhu law, no thieves have ever lived there. Is there any text to prove it? Answer: Lingji lawyer Zhiji says, Ask, I practiced singing privately, but I didn't hear it suddenly, and before I received it, I used to practice sutras and rules, and I understood the meaning of the words because of reading the karma. Is this a hindrance to the precepts, that is, a thief's residence? Answer: according to the previous and later texts, and discussing the true works of the monks, cheating and stealing become obstacles. An eminent monk from ancient times. Many people wear Tibetan clothes first in secular life. Nowadays, there are many believers like this. If they all hinder the precepts, it is not too urgent. Scholars have detailed it. Also Karma said, both of them, some people cannot answer the full number, that is, those who want to receive the great precepts. Lingji lawyer Ji Yuan's notes says, it is said that the novice monks have received ordination, or they may have worn the law. Or come back again and again, Xiaoda will be as good as not. If there is no hesitation around you, what you do should not be taken lightly, just listen to the hesitation and stop. Those who once wore the precepts can seek to receive the great precepts, which is enough to prove that no thieves have lived there. Question: I said before that I have received the bhikkhu precepts, but I am not allowed to wear the white robes of the precepts. If a woman hears among the monks that a person who is officially a karma is not a thief, this statement is particularly shocking. Is there any clear evidence for this? Answer: Karma said, 3 of them, if the number is not full, the one who cannot be defeated, white clothes. Nanshan Vinaya Master Shuyun said, the first 13 difficulties are all obstacles. This is white clothes. Although one has received the 10 precepts and has a pure mind, one may not be able to achieve the same result by adding them, but the original name is still the same. This case, those of us who have already received the precepts but are not able to take the precepts according to the Dharma fall into this category. Even though we heard that it is called karma among the monks, it is only judged that it cannot be completed and cannot be punished. It is by no means a thief and it is difficult to live in it. Because there is no deceit to steal the heart, I say that I like white clothes. Question: if a person in white robes who has received the precepts but cannot take the precepts hears that the monks are officially practicing karma and there are no thieves in trouble, why should they send novices out when they are taking the precepts of karma? Answer: Lingji lawyer Zhiji records, those who preach the precepts but do not have them will be sent away. If you are afraid of being easy, you will not care about the precepts, and if you are sent by a great nun, why don't you worry about the precepts? Question: having neither received the ordination of a novice or a monk, he is not worthy of being a blessing in the world. If he has given away his faith and given in vain, the consequences of his sin will be inevitable? Answer: Nanshan Vinaya Patriarch's deed said, good view, Tanyua invites monks and novices although not equipped. Also the number of monks. Nirvana: even if you have not received the 10 precepts, you can still receive the invitation. Lingji lawyer Ziji's explanation says, the rules of the treaty are the same, novice monks, and the sutras are listened to in the same form, the monk Upasaka, they are all monks for liberation, and they are worthy of the offering. So I know that I will not become a monk for liberation, even though I am a bhikkhu. It should also be said that the cloud is empty and the faith is gone. If you become a monk for liberation, even if you have an Upasaka, you will still be a blessed field in this world. Question: when real bhikkhus appear and teach the precepts according to the Dharma, they will all become real bhikkhus, and there is no need to maintain the status quo. At that time, if there is anyone who has not received the bhikkhu ordination, can we still cite precedents and learn the bhikkhu Vinaya first? Answer: it was said in the previous article, in order to protect the Dharma, we maintain the status quo and do not let it be cut off, so that those who have received it but have not obtained it can learn the bhikkhu Vinaya. I cited various texts as proof. Yugai wanted to survive in the transitional era and barely managed to survive. Hebei Yan's first line of transmission is also: if all become real monks in the future, there is no need to re-establish themselves and maintain the status quo. That is to say, we should follow the general rules and be cautious. Anyone who has not received the bhikkhu ordination does not need to be taught the discipline. Isn't it just the time to come, that is, in terms of the present, if you have not received the precepts? No need to learn either. Only those who have already received the precepts but are unable to follow the Dharma can be ordered to learn the precepts. If this is the case, is there no big mistake for me? Master Hongyi lectures in various places and gathers together. Renshen lectured at Miaosher Temple in Xiamen in October. I'm giving a speech at our temple today. It coincides with the Buddhist chanting session. Therefore, here are a few things that practitioners of Pure Land Buddhism should pay attention to. Those who practice Pure Land Buddhism must first develop great bodhicitta. According to the Infinite Life Sutra, those who are reborn in the 3 generations must have the heart of Supreme Bodhi. The Buddhist Sutra on Infinite Life also says the same. Those who wish to be born in that country should develop bodhicitta. From this point of view, those who only seek self-interest cannot be reborn. Because it does not correspond to the Buddha's heart, because the Buddha has great compassion as his body. Ordinary people say that the Pure Land sect is only a method of dying, it is useful at the end of life. Little did they know that the Pure Land sect focuses on the great bodhicitta. We should always have a positive heart of great compassion and aspiration to save all sentient beings. Those who practice Pure Land Buddhism should always have the heart to suffer on behalf of all sentient beings. I am willing to bear all sentient beings on one shoulder and suffer on their behalf. The so-called all sentient beings are not limited to one county or province, or even the whole world. According to the Buddhist scriptures, the shape of such a world is also the reason why there are so many indescribably many worlds. All sentient beings in this world should suffer all kinds of suffering due to their evil deeds. I am willing to fully bear the burden with the strength of one person and one shoulder. Never be afraid of the hardships and ask others to share their duties. Because of his initial vow, he decided to use his own power to save all causes. For example, day. It does not appear in many days because there are many worlds. But once it rises, it can illuminate all sentient beings. Now, with the power of one person, I can bear the burden of all sentient beings. Likewise, the above statement that one person can save everything is untrue. If we put it vertically, the time that passes is not a day, a few days, a few months, or a few years. The scriptures are indescribable and indescribable for ages. They will be used in the future and will never be tired. Because I wish to live in the three evil paths. Use your body as collateral to redeem all sentient beings in the evil realm. Until all sentient beings' sins are over, I will never leave the evil path, and I vow to suffer on their behalf. Therefore, even though a very long time has passed, there will never be a single thought of regret, a single thought of timidity, or a single thought of disgust. I should feel very happy. It is my responsibility to undertake this career that is beneficial to living beings. It has been said that one should develop great bodhicitta. As for reading and reciting the Mahayana, it is also said in the Contemplation Sutra. Those who practice Pure Land Dharma should definitely recite the Amitabha Sutra and recite the Buddha's name frequently. However, you can also read and recite Samantabhadra's practical vows. Looking back to the past. Because the most victorious among the sutras is the Huayan Sutra. The main purpose of the Avatamsaka Sutra cannot be found beyond the 40th volume of Samantabhadra's practical vows. This sutra says that those who recite this universal wisdom king's vow can obtain various benefits. When they die, they will never leave this vow. Guide you to be reborn in the land of bliss, and even become a Buddha. Therefore, it is most appropriate for those who practice the Pure Land Dharma to often recite this Samantabhadra practice and vows. As for doing charity, it is what human beings should do. People who specialize in reciting the name of the Buddha often abandon their worldly connections and are too lazy to do charity. It's not possible. Because you can do various charitable works in your current life, and you can also provide resources for living in the West. As mentioned above. First, I advise everyone to develop great bodhicitta. It's not possible. Because you can do various charitable works in your current life, and you can also provide resources for living in the West. As mentioned above. First, I advise everyone to develop great bodhicitta. Otherwise, others will say that the Pure Land method is Hinayana, negative, world-weary, and death-inducing. I would also like to advise you to read Practice of Practical Vows regularly to help develop the great bodhicitta. If you are sincere, there will be no such ridicule. This is especially important when it comes to charity work. Because as a Buddhist, you should strive to do various undertakings that benefit society. It can help others understand that Buddhism is world-saving, positive and cannot be misunderstood. Regarding the practice of Pure Land Buddhism, it is described in detail in various books and there is no need to go into details here. Therefore, I only state a few things that should be paid attention to for your reference. For Master Xingchang, he revealed the rules in writing. The ancients all practiced meditation or chanting Buddha's name when practicing Buddhism. If you study the Tripitaka, it is not limited to hiding behind the paths. This is a rare opportunity for a benevolent person to hide behind the scenes. You should devote 2/3 of your daily time to reciting the Buddha's name and chanting the sutra, or reading it silently, but without any discrimination. Use 1/3 of the time to review the precepts and karma and study the worldly texts. Since the opportunity is hard to come by again, if you don't concentrate on reciting the Buddha's name now, you may not have such a chance in the future. As for research and other matters, although I did not achieve much during the period of isolation, I can do my research slowly after I am released from isolation in the future. Reciting the Buddha's name should never be taken lightly. For those who are daily students, if they can stop their mind and recite the Buddha's name, it is the most difficult thing, but they have to do it reluctantly. This matter is extremely important and cannot be ignored. Chanting can be done as usual. You must also pray to the Buddha a certain number of times every day. It not only has merit, but also can exercise the body. When reciting the Buddha's name, it is also advisable to count the prayers and walk. Because there is too little movement in Guanzhong, food is not suitable for digestion, so it is better to pray and walk the prayers. It is very difficult for one person to recite the Buddha's name, so it is advisable to agree on a course with Master Yuan so that both of you can practice it at the same time. We can encourage each other and avoid slacking off. The course is roughly as follows: recite the Buddha's name before breakfast, aloud or silently as you wish. Take a short rest after breakfast. Pray to Buddha and chant sutras. Study from 9 to 11 a.m. Rest after lunch. Research from 2 to 4 o'clock. Research time is limited to 4 hours per day, no more. At 4:30 p.m., worship Buddha and chant sutras. After dusk, focus on chanting Buddha's name. There is no need to light the lamp at night, but a glass lamp can be placed in front of the Buddha. In 3 years, you can talk to Master Yuan about the precepts and the instructions for karma 6 times. Lectured every 6 months. You can not only review it yourself, but also benefit others. In the past, the ancestors of Nanshan Vinaya heard the Vinaya 12 times without getting tired of it. How much more so for those of us who are dull-minded? The karma of the precepts can be very clear and remembered, and it will be used after coming out of seclusion in the future. Let's learn how to behave and do things that are difficult to do. A brief study of the 4 books and history of secular writing. It is advisable for students to learn all the dictionaries, but if they have spare time, they may as well omit some of them, so that they can still learn them after they leave school. If you recite Buddha's name, etc., you may not be able to continue after you leave the seclusion, but you can only do it in the seclusion. Able to concentrate. What you should pay attention to during retreat is as follows. No small talk, no meeting with guests, no correspondence. If there is something very important, write a note and give it to the guardian. All things can be dealt with after you leave the quarantine. Opportunities are rare and time is precious. Remember this. Read it. I have neither morality nor knowledge. Now that I see the benevolent person, I am sincerely requesting you, so I wrote this based on my humble opinion in preparation for my decision. A brief record of the practice rituals of the Master Hui Medicine School of Nature Changguan. A brief outline of Medicine Buddha's teachings. For example, it is recorded in the brief record of the practice of Medicine Master Tathagata that has been published by the Dai Yakushi Temple. What I'm describing now is a simple lesson ritual that we usually practice. If the ritual is to be formally offered, or even the name of the general yaksha is tied with a 5-color knot, a separate volume will be compiled to record the event in the future. Not mentioned today. Those who wish to practice medicine Buddha's teachings should offer a statue of Medicine Master Tathagata. The Shanghai Buddhist bookstore has a stone-printed and colored image that can be enshrined and should be placed in a glass mirror. The place where the image is offered should not be in the bedroom. If you have to, worship in the bedroom. When sleeping, it is advisable to cover the image with a clean cloth. Medicine Sutra, offer it on the table. When not reading or reciting, it is advisable to cover it with a clean cloth. The room where Buddha statues are kept must be very clean. The floor should be swept every day and the tables should be wiped frequently. The incense offered to the Buddha must be of the highest quality and fragrant. Flowers for Buddha. The ones that are open and perfect must be selected. If they are slightly withered, remove them. The water in the vase should be changed every day. If flowers are not available, paper ones can be used instead. In addition, such as providing clean water and food, etc., it is up to everyone. However, the food provided must be edible by people. Unripe fruits and uncooked vegetables are not available. The offerings mentioned above should be offered in advance before worshipping the Buddha. Whenever you offer something in front of the Buddha or pay homage to the Buddha, you must wash your hands and rinse your mouth first. In addition, it is especially good if you can hang flags and light lanterns, but it is also okay if you don't have it. The following is a brief outline of the practice rituals, divided into 7 categories. Among them, paying homage, praising, making offerings and dedicating vows must be done. You can recite sutras, recite names and mantras as you wish, or practice only 2 methods, or only practice 1 method. 1. Salute. Bow to the 3 jewels of the 10 directions, or worship Buddha, Dharma. The monk bowed 3 times. I bow to the Buddha Sakyamuni. The medicine master glazed light Tathagata bows 3 times. In addition, if you want to pray more, or pay homage to other Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, you can increase the number as you wish. When saluting, one must be sincere and respectful and bow slowly. Don't rush. It is better to worship less than to be hasty. 2. After praising and paying homage, he knelt down in front of the Buddha, clasped his palms, and sang a verse of praise, returning to the full moon realm, the pure and wonderful Lazuli Buddha, with his dharma and medicine to save mankind and heaven. Because of the 12 vows he made, his compassion is great and his oath is vast. I wish to save all living beings. I would like to express my praise with sincerity and respect. The above verse contains the medicine master Tathagata chanting rituals to eliminate disasters. When singing praises, the voice should be slow and solemn. 3. After making the offering and praising him, he knelt down in front of the Buddha, put his palms together, and sang an offering verse. May this cloud of fragrant flowers fill the realms of the 10 directions, the lands of all Buddhas. The immeasurable incense is solemn and emblematic of the Bodhisattva path. After offering the incense to the Tathagata, you may recite more confessional verses as you wish, or you may omit them. 4. The pronunciation of the characters in the chanting of sutras cannot be corrected, and it is advisable to examine them carefully. When chanting sutras, you can kneel, stand, sit, or walk. 5. Sing a verse of praise first while holding the name. Medicine Master Tathagata's glazed light and flame net are unparalleled in their majesty. Their boundless actions are intended to benefit sentient beings. Everyone will fulfill their desires without retreating. It continues, there is no such thing as the Oriental Pure Glaze World Medicine Master Glazed Light Tathagata. After that, recite the name of Medicine Master Glazed Light Tathagata 180 times. If you want to dwell too much on it, feel free to do so. 6. You can recite the mantra or recite it according to the transliteration of the sutra, or you can follow the original Sanskrit pronunciation of the Sanskrit from a different teacher. Or recite the entire mantra 180 times. Or recite the whole mantra 7 times first, then recite the heart mantra 180 times, and then recite the whole mantra 7 times. Heart cursor. That is, the text below the word cha in the mantra. Mudras cannot be formed without being taught by Tantric Agali. Those who are good at nodding are guilty of serious crimes. When reciting the mantra, it is not advisable to speak loudly, but only so that it can be heard in your own ears. When reciting the mantra, sitting is the most formal method, or walking can also be done. 7. Dedicating vows. Dedication and making vows are the same, so they should be considered together now. The difference is slightly different. You must first cultivate merit before dedicating the merit, and then dedicate the merit, as you wish. If you have not done any merit before, you can only make a vow. Dedicating and making vows is the most important thing for practitioners. If you don't turn back, then the merits you have cultivated before will have no purpose. Today, those who practice Medicine Master Tathagata's method can dedicate their wishes according to their own wishes. Everything contained in the Medicine Sutra can be used. You should read the scriptures carefully and find out what is appropriate for you. The above-mentioned practice lesson rituals. Do it once or twice or 3 times a day. It must be sincere, and no blame should be given carelessly. Master Yinguang said, if you have a little respect, you will get a lot of benefits. If you have a lot of respect, you will get a lot of benefits. Those of us who practice the Medicine Buddha Tathagata method should deeply understand these words. Seek more happiness from yourself. A brief summary of Medicine Buddha's teachings. 1. The Pharmacist Dharma School is established based on the Pharmacist Sutra. There are 4 types of Medicine Master's Sutra translated here. Seek more happiness from yourself. A brief summary of Medicine Buddha's teachings. 1. The Pharmacist Dharma School is established based on the Pharmacist Sutra. There are 4 types of Medicine Master's Sutra translated here. 1. The Buddha said that empowerment can eradicate sins, life and death and gain liberation in 1 volume, which is volume 12 of the Great Initiation Divine Mantra Sutra. Translated by Silk Paramatora in the Eastern Jin Dynasty. It is also said that there was a volume of Lu Song Hui's simplified translation of the Pharmacist Glazed Light Sutra, which has been lost. It may be that it was the Initiation Sutra translated by the Eastern Jin Dynasty. 2. One volume of the Sutra of the Original Vows of the Medicine Master Tathagata by the Buddha, translated by Bodhidharmagupta in the Sui Dynasty. 3. One volume of Medicine Master Glazed Light Tathagata's Original Vows and Merits Sutra, translated by Xuanzang of the Tang Dynasty. This is the translation on which the current edition is based. The current version in circulation is slightly different from the original translation. There are 2 additional paragraphs. One is the names of the 8 great bodhisattvas added according to the Eastern Jin Dynasty translation. The second is to add the divine mantra and more than 20 lines of surrounding text based on Tang I Ching's translation. 4. Medicine Master Glazed Light 7 Buddha's Original Vows and Merits Sutra in 2 volumes, translated by Tang I Ching. The previous translations only mentioned the Medicine Buddha, but this translation adds 6 more Buddhas, so it is said that the Sutra of the Merit and Virtue of the 7 Buddhas' Original Vows is included. Since then, many articles have been added. This is the version read and recited by Tibetan monks. 2. The tools for practice are as described in the scriptures, and here are 4 types as follows. 1. Holding the name. It is said many times in the sutras that holding the name is the simplest method and the most beneficial. Nowadays, people who hold the name of Medicine Buddha, who eliminates disasters and prolongs life every day, seem to have not done all the good deeds. The name of Buddha cannot be fulfilled by just using the word Medicine Master. The Buddha's only mention of the 4 words, dispelling disasters and prolonging life, is often missing, so it is necessary to rely on the scriptures and say that the Medicine Master Glazed Light Tathagata is the most excellent person. 2. Support. Such as Xianghua banners, lanterns, etc. 3. Chanting, such as giving speeches, teachings and writing, etc. 4. Reciting the mantra. The benefits obtained are as extensive as recorded in the scriptures. Here are 10 types as follows. 1. Become a Buddha quickly, as mentioned many times in the scriptures. 2. Those who practice evil ways should be led to the right path, and those who practice Hinayana should be led to Mahayana. 3. You can obtain various precepts, but those who violate them will still be pure and not fall into the lower realms. 4. Longevity, wealth, official positions, men and women, etc. 5. The gains are endless, and the things you receive and use are endless. 6. All pain will be eliminated, and disasters such as water, fire, weapons, thieves, torture, etc. will be avoided. 7. Transform female into male. 8. There will be no pain during childbirth, and the child will be smart and less sick. 9. After death, he will be reborn as he wishes. 1. Among people, you will get great wealth. 2. In heaven, there will be no more rebirth in the evil realms. 3. In the Western paradise, there are 8 great bodhisattvas to guide you. 4. The Oriental Pure Glaze World. 10. If you temporarily hear the Buddha's name in an evil realm, you will be reborn in the human realm, practice good deeds, and quickly attain Bodhi. There are many stories of inspiration, as recorded in old records. Here is a recent one. Master Zhu Yuan of Qingtian Temple in Quanzhou was weak and sick when he was not a monk. Within 2 years after becoming a monk, he suffered from lingering illness and everything went wrong. Later, I heard the teachings of Medicine Master Tathagata, so I devoted myself to chanting sutras, reciting the name, and repenting, and worked tirelessly. To this day, I am in good health and everything goes smoothly. The Master is about to edit the collection of the Medicine Master's scriptures. All interpretations of scriptures and rituals were collected and published in order to repay the kindness of the Buddha. Medicine Master Tathagata's teachings are evident. What I'm going to talk about today is the Medicine Master Tathagata method that deeply understands timing. In recent years, I have been talking to people about the Medicine Master's method. There are several meanings that I focus on. Let me list them and briefly talk about them. The medicine school is very vast, and the few things listed here are not enough to cover the entire medicine school, and they are only a small part of the medicine school. 1. Maintain the law of the world. Buddhism originally takes the transcendental world as its destination, and its meaning is profound and difficult for ordinary people to understand. The Medicine Master method not only repeatedly talks about the principle of transcending the world and becoming a Buddha, but also pays special attention to the most simple and practical modern human life. As it is said in the sutra, eliminating disasters and troubles, getting rid of suffering and gaining happiness, living a long and healthy life, fulfilling one's wishes, not infringing upon each other, and benefiting each other, etc., all fall into this category. This shows that Buddhism can also support the life of family and society, and can maintain the peace of the country and the world. So that human beings can obtain the benefits of Buddhism in this present life. Some people may say that Buddhism is negative, world-weary, and unhelpful to human life. After hearing the above-mentioned Medicine Master's method, it can also maintain the world's laws, so there will be no more misunderstandings about Buddhism. 2. Auxiliary precepts. In Buddhism, precepts are the foundation, so the Buddhist scriptures say, if there are no pure precepts, no good merits will arise. However, it is easy to receive the precepts, difficult to obtain them, and even more difficult to keep the precepts without violating them. Now if you can practice according to the Medicine Master's method, you can get the perfect ordination of the highest quality. If the precepts you have received are violated, but you can sincerely recite the name of Medicine Master Buddha and pay respect to those who make offerings, you can eliminate the sin of violating the precepts and be purified, and will not fall into the 3 evil paths again. 3. Pure and blessed. There are many sects of Buddhism, among which Pure Land sect is the most prosperous. Today, there are many monks and lay people who practice this sect and seek rebirth in the Western paradise. However, if those who practice Pure Land Buddhism can also practice Medicine Master There is also funding to determine the interests of the students. According to the Medicine Master Sutra, if there are sentient beings who can uphold the 8 precepts and hear the name of Medicine Master Buddha, when they are dying, 8 great bodhisattvas will come to take them to the Western paradise among the precious lotus flowers. From this point of view, although the Medicine Master is a Buddha in the East, he can also help us to be reborn in the West, so that we can obtain the benefits of deciding to be reborn in the West. Furthermore, if we who practice Pure Land Buddhism can let go of all the joys and sorrows in our current environment and have nothing to worry about, we will be the best. But it is rare to find 1 or 2 people among tens of millions of people who can actually do this. Because we are in the status of ordinary people, in this mortal world, we have to worry about our body, food, clothing, shelter, etc., as well as natural and man-made disasters such as water, fire, weapons, and weapons. If you are sick, have difficulty with food, clothing, shelter, etc., or you often encounter dangers from natural disasters or man-made disasters, these are all obstacles to your study in pursuit of the Tao. If you want to avoid these obstacles, you must also practice the Medicine Master's Dharma to help you get the Medicine Master's Sutra. There are various benefits such as eliminating disasters, eliminating difficulties, leaving suffering, achieving happiness, etc. 4. Become a Buddha quickly. The Medicine Master Sutra is by no means exclusively about worldly laws. Because the Medicine Master's method is only one way to quickly become a Buddha. Dharma door. Therefore, it is repeatedly said in the sutras, quickly realize the supreme enlightenment, and quickly achieve perfection. If you want to become a Buddha, the main reasons are the 2 aspirations of compassion and wisdom. The Medicine Sutra says, you should have a mind that is free from dirt and turbidity, a mind that is free of anger and harm, and a mind that benefits all sentient beings, has peace, compassion, joy, and equality. This is what it means. The first 2 sentences are said from the opposite side, a mind without dirt and turbidity. It is the wise mind, and the mind without anger is the mind of compassion. The next sentence says exactly that, equanimity and equal heart are the wisdom heart, and the rest belong to the compassion heart. Compassion and wisdom are the cause, and bodhi is the effect. This is the path to Buddhism. Anyone who practices the Medicine Master method should pay special attention to the above verses. Do your best to follow it. If not, if you only focus on supporting things in real life, you will only receive blessings from humans and gods, and it has nothing to do with the Buddha's teachings beyond this world. Even if you take the precepts, you will not be able to obtain the highest and perfect precepts. If you are reborn in the West, you cannot be reborn in a high-quality life. Therefore, those of us who practice the Medicine Master method should pay special attention to the above verses and initiate the great aspiration of compassion and wisdom accordingly. If this is the case, you can do worldly things with a transcendent spirit, you can obtain high-level and perfect precepts, and you can be reborn in a high-level world. There is no doubt that he will become a Buddha quickly in the future. The Medicine Master's method is very broad, and what I have mentioned above are just a few of the things I often say to people. In the future, When I have free time, I plan to compile a more complete book on the medicine master method based on all the meanings of the scriptures for your reference. Finally, let's briefly talk about the method of reciting the name of Medicine Master Buddha. When reciting the name of the Buddha, you should follow the scriptures and recite, Namo Medicine Master Glazed Light Tathagata. Do not recite the Medicine Buddha who eliminates disasters and prolongs life. The new set of rules for accepting the 3 refuges, 5 precepts and 8 precepts dash. 1. 5 precepts and 8 precepts. It belongs to the Hinayana. However, if you want to uphold the precepts, you should develop great bodhicitta. You can't be alone in being good, and your interests will be annihilated. Even if you open the cover and stop the offense, you will still hear the voice. But when you set out to take action, you should be like a great scholar. A lover of pure faith, fortunately he encourages himself. 2. The merits of taking refuge in the precepts are widely praised in scriptures and commentaries. Talk about retribution. The situation lies in human and heaven, therefore, we must diligently practice pure conduct and be reborn in the pure land of Amitabha. Lawyer Song Lingji Yuanzhao said, firstly, humanity must have a beginning, and secondly, aspirations must have an end. Those who say that they have a beginning must take the precepts and devote themselves to upholding them. Now at all times, always remember the receptors in all worldly realms. Get dressed to eat. Walking, standing, sitting and lying down, speaking silently, moving and stillness, cannot be forgotten temporarily. It is said that in the end, he will return to the pure land of his heart and vow to be reborn. In the evil age of the 5 turbidities, at the end of the Dharma, delusions and karma are deeply entangled, and habits are difficult to break. If you have no power, how can you practice enlightenment? Therefore, more than 50 years after Sakyamuni was born, he preached immeasurable Dharma. Those who should be able to save. All have been saved. Those who have not yet been saved have already made the causes and conditions for their salvation. Although there are many causes and conditions, it is difficult to create a human being. However, the Pure Land Dharma is the path of cultivation, therefore, all sutras and commentaries only praise the Pure Land. The Buddha's Dharma is extinct, but the Infinite Life Buddha's Sutra will remain in this world for hundreds of years. Praise from all over the world is not in vain. 3. Those who have taken refuge. It should be received by the 5 members of the monastic community. The 5 members of the monastic community are Guchu, Gachuni, Shikshamana, novices, and novices. However, it is a common practice to receive it from a great monk. A great monk is a mushroom or a stem nun. There must be no other people, but others, depending on the theory of reality and theory of great wisdom. They all take the 8 precepts by themselves. Ganadharma Lucidum Gung says, the 2 theories of wisdom and enlightenment are self-receptive. There is no teacher in literary conventions, and both meaning and fate hinder. Lingfeng said, to receive this 8-pass fasting method, a monk must prove it. No matter whether there are 2 or 5 people, large or small, but those who have lived their entire lives eating regularly can be considered as teachers. Assuming that there is no one else within a few miles, you may be able to swear an oath in front of the sutra image and listen to it. 4. If those who have taken refuge in the precepts follow the rules, they should receive them one by one in front of the teacher. If there are many of them and they are combined into one, it will be a difficult condition. It is not a system of thoroughness. There is a saying in the Vinaya Zashi. The Tathagata master brought a person to nirvana, and 500 strong men were willing to take refuge. At that time, Ananda thought, those strong men, one by one, received the scholars of recent affairs in the presence of the world-honored one. Since they have been flooded for a long time, they will not be able to pass away. I am now it is better to ask him to learn from him for a while. This is a clear text, if there are no difficulties. Not available. 5. When receiving a refuge ordination, the person giving the ordination speaks, and the recipient follows suit. Western French style is the only way. The Tangyijing Sanzang says, accurately follow the holy teachings, and follow the instructions to receive the precepts. If there is no teacher to explain, just ask if you can do it. The precepts are not taken lightly, and there is no room for mistakes. Department. It is slightly different from the theory of other laws, and scholars should not slander other sects because of this, because they are all in trouble and agree with the holy teachings. 6. Various sutras and commentaries say, those who are unable to accept the 5 precepts can only accept 1 or 2 of them. Riyasavadabini Vipassa said, those who do not have the ability to accept are not allowed to take the precepts. He said, question, anyone who takes Upasaka precepts cannot take 5 precepts. If he takes 1 or even 4 precepts, will he be able to take them? The answer is, no. If not, there are scriptures that say there are a few Upasakas, many Upasakas, and a full Upasakas. What is the meaning of this? Answer, so I am a speaker. If you want to know the merits of observing the precepts, don't mention the method of taking the precepts. Lingfeng also said, if it is 4 points, 3 points, etc., it is not fully received, but it can absorb the blessings of the world, and it cannot be called a precept study. According to this point of view, if people want to take the precepts today, they should judge themselves. They must say that they are weak and timid, and they are unable to go far. It's okay to accept 1 or even 4 points first. If you don't, you should accept and uphold it, which can be called the study of precepts. Why should we be afraid of difficulties and lose our victory? 7. People today ask for proof from teachers that they have taken refuge, and they often claim to have taken refuge in a certain teacher. Customs and regulations are passed down from generation to generation, and there is no going back. Verification by name is quite imperfect. The person you take refuge in is the Sangha, not just because you take refuge in a certain teacher. Lingfeng said, if you take refuge in the monks, then all the monks will be my teachers. Nowadays, secular people choose a virtuous monk to worship him, and secretly say, I know a disciple of a certain Dharma master. He knows a Dharma master. He also secretly said, that certain layman and certain official took refuge in me. Alas! If this is the case, then it should be said that it is okay to take refuge in the Buddha, take refuge in the Dharma, and make friends with a great virtue. It can also be said that it is okay to take refuge in the Sangha. Therefore, those who have taken refuge should be respected as teachers by all the monks, whether wise or foolish. Call yourself a disciple. Do not be arrogant or make arbitrary distinctions. 8. Nowadays, people who have received the 5 precepts often wear 5 pieces of clothing, hold a sitting utensil, and break the rituals, which is an unforeseen crime. According to the Buddha's laws, one must become a monk and lose his hair, so he will be given a mantle. If there are 5 pieces of clothing, only great monks are allowed to wear them. Now I wear white clothes. It is deeply unacceptable to associate with great monks indiscriminately. Fong et al. Dharni Sutra says, when 2 people at home go to the altar to practice Taoism, they wear 3 seamless robes. Seamless means a mantle strip, not 5 robes. It is also said in Cheng Shi Luan, listening to the animals bow and repenting of clothes is called Bo Jia. Bo Jia means man tiao. According to the scriptures, wearing man tiao. You can also listen to the permission, but there is no clear text in the quasi-law department, and there is no good deeds. If you are sitting on a chair, Sanskrit language should be taught by Dana. The old translation was Clay Master Tan. This cloud of sitting furniture also clouds the bedding furniture. It is only used by senior monks to line the felt mat to prevent it from getting dirty. This soil is used to pray and cover up rumors. The great monk holds it. You still obey the holy teachings, but among the lay people, there is a lot of chaos in the teachings. I Jing Sanzang says, the nun master Dana was originally used as a substitute for bedding, and it was afraid of being damaged, so it was not intended to be used anymore. It was laid on the ground to pray, but there was no writing on it, so it was against the rules. The word, who took the sin for himself. 9. Once you have received the precepts, if you commit a high-level felony, you cannot repent. If you commit a middle-grade or low-grade misdemeanor, you will regret it. It is advisable to follow the rules and reveal your sins before the monks, and then your sins can be extinguished. How can we talk about the truth and underestimate the practice? Lingfeng said, if you talk about sin without looking at your heart, you can still get rid of the sin. If you talk about reason without exposing it, it will never be able to clear up the source of sin. If you must be ashamed of your practice and refuse to follow it, you are caring about your dignity, forbearing and hiding it, and you have not fully understood that the nature of sin is empty. How can it be called wisdom? He also said, when people in the world are committing sins, they are really doing great evil and they are not ashamed of it. When they reveal it to others, they are ashamed of the goodness among the good. Be willing to do evil and suffer from good. Then it becomes the evil among evils, which never comes out, and is a reversal of ignorance. This is not the case. Now at the end of the chapter, according to the rules of the department, the text of the crime is decided at the discretion. If it is used, it cannot be embellished with rituals, adding or subtracting words. This is a sacred system and does not need to be tampered with. 10. The end of the world since then, those who have taken refuge. Many sects in Huashan practice the 3 refugees and 5 precepts. Timing and timing is his specialty. Cherishing its etiquette is a pity for Fan Shui. Lingfeng received the 3 refuges and 5 precepts method, which is quite essential. It is rare for anyone to adopt it, and Guy may be disappointed. Still based on Huashan. Searching and interpreting these words, it turns out to be conjectures. It is advisable to follow the holy teachings. If you follow the Western conventions, you will make a brief record of it. If there are different sects and different systems, you will prefer the red text. This is not a dry delicacy. If it is an encore. For fear of being confused first, let's talk about it again. It is a compilation and collection, and it has its own department. Juyun fundamentally talks about Sarvastivada. Master Tangijing Tripitaka studied in India for more than 20 years, specializing in this teaching. After returning to the country, he translated and transmitted this text in 19 volumes, nearly 200 volumes. Precise and detailed, known as the new law in the world. Zongbi's text is simple and clear, based on his teachings. No more than a few lines. It has been passed down from ancient times in the West, and according to this system, the bandits call it nigu, and I will show an example. Whether it can be used or not, I hope to be a future sage. Guiyu lectured at Qingtian Temple in Quanzhou. We are influenced by our long-standing habits over many lifetimes and the environment we have received since childhood. And what appears naturally in the body and mouth is called habit. Some habits are good and some are bad. Now let's talk about the bad ones. Ordinary people refer to unwholesome habits as habits. Now the title is based on the common saying. The education of lay people focuses on correcting habits. So are monks. But in recent times, monks only talk about mysteries and magic. Don't bother about your own subtle habits. Even if his every word and action are very crude and easy to understand, he rarely pays attention to his habits. It's a sad sigh. When I was 30 years old. That is to say, I realized that my bad habits are too serious, and I want to try my best to deal with them. Since I became a monk, I have always been wary and fearful, not daring to do as I please. But the bad habit of feeling guilty is too serious. In the past 20 years, nothing has been corrected. From now on, I am willing to work hard to change. I'd rather be together with all the Taoist companions. They all work together to achieve this goal. We have many habits. If you want to make corrections now, what method should you follow? If you list many items and correct them all at once, it will be a lot of work but little effect. Speaking from experience, it is better to start with 1 or even 3 or 4 items and work hard to review them every day. Now that it has been corrected, it can be gradually increased. Since this spring, several Taoist companions have been studying the law with you, paying great attention to correcting habits. Over the past few months, I have achieved some success, and now I would like to tell you about the past. But if you want to change your habits, you don't have to follow these few rules. Feel free to decide as appropriate. What I have said now is specially for your reference. There are 7 ways in which Taoists who study the law have corrected their habits. 1. Eat without talking. Nowadays, all monasteries in the middle and above levels have this system, so it is very easy to correct it. 2. Do not eat out of season. When I first taught the law, that is, it is up to the public to take the initiative to uphold this precept. Later scholars did the same. It became a routine. 3. Clothes are simple and neat. Or if there are old ones, but the color and quality are not suitable, they can be temporarily used as underwear and covered with clothes according to the law. 4. Don't take courses such as ritual recitation. In addition to listening to lectures, researching. In addition to copying and reciting with the temple classes, I also set up independent ritual recitation other courses, and try my best to follow them. There may be those who kneel before the Buddha every morning and read the Lotus Sutra, or those who read the Avatamsaka Sutra, or those who read the Diamond Sutra, or those who recite the Buddha's name more than 10,000 times a day. 5. No small talk. Monks like to gather together to chat, wasting their time and neglecting their Taoism, which is sad and painful. Now all Taoist friends have been able to gradually eliminate this habit. Every time after eating, or in the evening, or when resting, they would sit by the eaves under the tree, either walking or sitting upright, silently reciting the Buddha's name, reading scriptures aloud, or meditating silently. 6. Not reading newspapers. Daily newspapers and social news columns from various places have the most detailed records on killings, thefts, and sexual misconduct. And all the lustful things are especially described in detail. Even if a person has no sexual desires, he will be influenced by newspapers if he reads them frequently. This is something that modern secular educators deplore. Therefore, the Taoists who study the law have recently decided not to read newspapers. 7. Work regularly. Monks are lazy by nature and don't like to work. Nowadays, all Taoist monks who are studying the law are determined to clean the main hall and the eaves of the monks' houses every day, and work hard to do other kinds of work. There are 7 habits in total that have been corrected above. There are 2 further amendments that have been specially implemented recently, which are also listed below. 1. Rice grains left in the bowl. Master Ingguang didn't like this the most. If you see anyone with leftover rice, you will be scolded face to face. The so-called donor is a grain of rice. The kindness is as great as a mountain. However, this does not apply if rotten porridge and rotten noodles remain on the bowl and are difficult to remove. 2. Pay attention to your dignity when sitting. When sitting with your feet down, your legs should be parallel. It is not suitable to tilt the left and right sides of each other, and it is not suitable to stand or stretch straight. When I was at home, I had changed this habit. Moreover, the ordinary dignity of modern monks is not allowed to be like this. I think this habit is not difficult to correct. In short, all Taoists who study the law should do so from their own motivation when correcting their habits. No one will issue an order to prohibit it. In the first month of Guiyu, he lectured at Miaoshi Temple in Xiamen. Today is the Lunar New Year. Please take a look at the whole city of Xiamen, which is full of new atmosphere. New Spring Festival couplets are posted on the doors. Many people are wearing new clothes, and they are saying congratulations on the new year and good luck in the new year. For those of us who have always believed in Buddhism, when all things are renewed, we should also be refreshed. What do we call new? Do we think it is new like ordinary people put up new spring festival couplets, wear new clothes, etc.? Said otherwise, what we call new means reforming one's past. But the 4 words, reform, are too broad. If you want to give a speech, you don't know where to start. Now let me give you a brief summary of the things that have been tested during the past 50 years of revision and reform. Before I start my lecture, I should state something in advance. Although most of the books cited below are from Confucianism, they are actually consistent with Buddhism. Because Tan Xian talks about the wonderful steps of cultivation and attainment. Since Buddhist books are the most detailed. As for those of us who are new to learning, the principles of being respectful in dealing with things are also mentioned in Buddhist books, but what is said in Confucian books is particularly clear and detailed and suitable for beginners. Therefore, I quote it frequently now as an aid to those of us who study Buddhism. The following is divided into 2 parts, general introduction and special remarks. The general commentator explains the order of correction. 1. To learn, you must first read more Buddhist and Confucian books to know in detail the difference between good and evil and the method of correcting mistakes and doing good. If there are so many books on Buddhism and Confucianism that it is difficult to read them all, and it is difficult to understand them. You can read part 1 of Aphorisms Lianbi first. I read this book when I was a child. After I converted to Buddhism, I often read it and found it cordial and interesting. The Buddhist bookstore has a very fine typesetting version of this book. 2. Now that you have learned how to understand, you must always examine yourself. Are all words and actions good or bad? If you are a bad person, you should change it severely. In addition to always paying attention to corrections, before going to bed every day, think about what you did during the day in detail. You are particularly good at writing a diary every day. 3. After correcting the introspection, if you realize that it is an error, immediately change it. You should know that the things you have done to correct your mistakes are very upright and can express your great personality. Gu Zigong said, "A gentleman's faults are like the eclipses of the sun and the moon. Everyone sees his faults, and even more everyone admires them." Another ancient saying said, "Being able to know through faults can be called understanding." If you know and can change, you can become a saint. Don't push me too hard. The special explanation is to explain the things that have changed for the past 50 years. But there are so many things that it is impossible to list them all. Now let's list 10 things that ordinary people don't pay much attention to. First, talk to you guys. The number 10 is always used in the Avatamsaka Sutra, but 10 is used to express the meaning of infinity. Now I will mention only 10 things that I have corrected, just to show that I have many mistakes, which are really endless. This talk was very short, and I only gave a general outline of each item without going into details. If you want to know, Please wait for an interview someday. And there are the following contents, which will be mentioned briefly. 1. Be modest. Ordinary people do not understand good and evil, are not afraid of cause and effect, and will never admit that they have made mistakes, let alone correct them. But this was not the case with the ancient sages. Here are a few examples. Confucius said, "You can learn at 50. There is no big mistake." He also said, "I am worried that I cannot move away after hearing the righteousness, and I cannot change the bad deeds." Zhang Boyu was a wise man at that time, and he sent people to Confucius. Confucius sat with him and asked, "Master, what are you doing?" He said to him, "Master, if you want to have less, you will make mistakes and fail to do so." Sages are so humble. Can we be complacent? 2. Be cautious about independence. Whatever we do, whatever thoughts arise, Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, and even ghosts and gods, etc., will know and see everything. If you think like this all the time, you won't dare to do anything wrong. Xingzi said, "What the 10 eyes look at and the 10 hands point to are so severe." He also quoted from a poem, "Fighting with fear is like facing an abyss, like walking on thin ice." These words are what I often remember and never forget. 3. Generosity. What is taboo in creation is called engraving and cleverness. Sages deal with things with generosity and kindness. There are many ancient teachings, but they are not recorded in detail today. 4. Suffer a loss. The ancients said, "I don't know what a gentleman is, but he is one who is willing to suffer losses in everything. I don't know what a villain is, but I do think everything is cheap." In ancient times, a sage was dying, and his descendants asked for instructions. The sage said, "If there is no other way, you will only learn and suffer." 5. Taciturn. This matter is of the utmost importance. Confucius said, "The pigeon is not as good as the tongue." How awesome! There are many ancient teachings, but they are not recorded in detail today. 6. Don't talk about others' faults. The ancients said, "If you always look after yourself and don't have time to check on others, you will have no time to check on others." Confucius also said, "Be generous to yourself and blame others less." The above words. Yu Cheng dare not forget. 7. Don't criticize your own faults. Zixia said, "The villain's faults must be punished." We all must know that faults are the most shameful thing. 8. Don't make up for your own mistakes. If we offend others in any way, we will feel great shame and fear. Reveal Chen Xia, repent of past mistakes. Never care about your dignity, hold back, or deceive yourself. 9. Do not defend yourself when you hear slander. The ancients said, "Why stop slander? There is no argument." Another saying, "If you suffer a small loss, you will not suffer a big loss." I have experienced it many times in the past 30 years, and I am convinced that this statement is true. 10. No anger. The habit of anger is the hardest to get rid of. An ancient sage said, 20 years of treating the word anger has not completely worn it out. but we must try our best to treat it. The Avatamsaka Sutra says, "One thought of anger can open millions of doors." Don't be afraid. Due to time constraints, the above remarks will be omitted. But we can also see the meaning of the correction. Finally, I have a few words that I would like to share with you. Correction seems easy to say, but very difficult to do. Therefore, those who repeatedly make mistakes and fail to take control are actually caused by uninitiated karma. Please be sure to always recite the names of Amitabha Buddha, Avalokitesvara Ksitigarbha and other great bodhisattvas, with utmost sincerity and respect. Sincerely repent of your karma that has no beginning, and you will have incredible reactions in the dark. Inherited by the kindness of Buddha and Bodhisattva, my karma will be eliminated and my wisdom will be brightened. Then the things of reforming oneself can be accomplished successfully, and one can be reborn in the realm of distinguished people and saints, and finally be reborn in a land of bliss. This can be a congratulation to all of you. When ordinary people meet each other during the new year, they all say congratulations, so they wish that they will gain fame and fortune. I met you all this time in the new year and congratulated you all, so I wish you all that you will be able to truly change your ways, and soon you will be virtuous and saints. Soon you will decide to be reborn in the ultimate bliss, quickly become a Buddha, spread your body in the 10 directions, and be universally beneficial to all. The ears of all beings. Guiyu spoke at Wanshuyan in May. The brief meaning of 3 returns. The 3 returns are those who take refuge in the 3 jewels of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The meaning of the 3 jewels is very broad and there are various differences. Now let's briefly mention the things that are easiest for ordinary people to understand. Buddhas, such as Sakyamuni Buddha, Amitabha, and other Buddhas. The Dharma is the Dharma spoken by the Buddha. Or the Dharma taught by Bodhisattvas and others based on the will of the Buddha, that is, the Mahayana, Hinayana, Sutras, Vinaya, and Tripitaka that are spread today. Monks are like Bodhisattvas, all the saints and sages, down to those who only have their heads shaved and wear cassocks. Refuge means turning to dependence. Those who take refuge in the 3 jewels. Begging the 3 treasures for help. The Sutra of Repaying Benefit to the Buddha of Great Convenience says, for example, a person is convicted of a crime by a king and seeks refuge in a foreign country. The foreign king said, "You are fearless, but do not leave my territory, do not disobey my teachings, and you will protect each other, and so will all living beings. They belong to the devil and are guilty of life and death. Return to the 3 jewels." For help. If you sincerely take refuge, there will be no deviation, no violation of Buddhism, no evil devil, nothing better. Now that I have taken refuge in the Buddha, from now on, I will never again rely on gods, ghosts, and all other heretics. Having surrendered to the Dharma, from now on, never again rely on heretical scriptures. Now that I have taken refuge in the Sangha, from now on I will never take refuge in anyone who does not practice the Dharma. Method 1 of teaching the 3 returns. Repent. 2. The 3 returns are taught. 3. Make a vow to dedicate. You should first ask the instructor to explain these three literary meanings in detail. Because you only read the text without interpreting its meaning, you will not be able to obtain the good Dharma. There are many kinds of texts that teach the three returns, and the commonly used ones are as follows. I will take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha until the end of my life. 3 said. I take refuge in the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. 3 knots. When talking about the first 3, you have already taken refuge in the good Dharma. The last 3 knots are to remind people not to forget their losses. Confessions and vows should be made at the discretion of the person who teaches them. But when you make a vow to dedicate this merit, you should dedicate this merit to all sentient beings, be born together in the West, and achieve the Buddha's path together. Never seek only self-interest. In the sutras and disciplines on the benefits of the three returns, there are many articles praising the merits of taking refuge in the three jewels. Here are 4 examples. Initiation Sutra says, those who have received the three returns will have 36 good gods, along with their countless relatives, to protect them and make them happy. The Sutra of Sutra says, if a person undergoes the three returns, the retribution he will receive will be inexhaustible. For example, the 4 great treasures. The 4 treasures are gold, silver, glazed glass, and glass. The people of the country can't transport them all within 7 years. Those who have received the three returns will have greater blessings than others, which cannot be calculated. The Competing Merits Sutra says, if the 3,000 great thousand worlds are filled with Tathagata, they are like rice, hemp, bamboo, and reeds. If a person makes offerings of the 4 things, food, clothing, bedding, soups, and medicines, for 20,000 years, after all the Buddhas have passed away, each of them will set up a pagoda and make offerings of fragrant flowers. His blessings will be much greater than if someone purified his mind. The merits gained by taking refuge in the three jewels of Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. The Great Collection Sutra says, if a pregnant woman fears that the fetus will be uneasy, she should be taught the three returns first, and the child will not be harmed. Even after giving birth, the body and mind will be complete, and the good gods will support her. It is the mother who receives and invests in her son. Conclusion. Give formal lectures on the law in this temple. It's perfect to this day. The reason why I have gathered all the disciples today to explain the general idea of the three returns is to prepare the teachers for reference, so that when I teach others about the three returns in the future, I will know the simple method. 1 is to teach the lay people, so that they understand the main meaning of the three returns, so that those who have already accepted it can be taught. You should be deeply grateful to be able to understand this. Those who have not accepted it can first understand this meaning, and it will be the basis for receiving the three returns according to the teacher in the future. On the 5th day of the 5th lunar month, Guiyu lectured at Dakayuan Temple in Chuanzhou. The three jewels are Buddha, Dharma, and Sangha. Its meaning is very broad, but now I will only mention a few of its meanings. When we talk about Buddha today, let's talk about Buddha statues, such as sculptures made of wood and stone, and paintings on paper. Those who speak of the Dharma today may refer to books such as classics and legal texts, which may be printed or written. Now, when we talk about monks, we are talking about ordinary monks in this world, because bodhisattvas, arhats, etc. are attached to the sect of worshipping Buddhism. First, here are a few things that ordinary people should pay attention to in respecting Buddha. When worshipping Buddha, you should wash your hands and rinse your mouth, be sincere and respectful, and pray slowly, not in a hurry. It is better to pray less than in a hurry. The Buddha's table should be clean, and the incense offered should be straight and upright. The things offered to the Buddha should be well cooked and can be eaten by people. Nowadays, it is extremely disrespectful for people to offer food raw materials and canned food to the Buddha. A certain master once denounced this in his practice of the Great Compassion Mantra. It is also advisable to make offerings to the Buddha before noon, not after noon. It is also appropriate to offer fruits before noon. The water supply should be done in a holding style. For flowers, the water in the vase should be changed frequently. Buddha statues painted on paper should not be mounted solely on silk, as they may be stained by fly droppings and other filth. It may be acceptable if there are few flies. It should be installed in a glass mirror. For sculptures made of wood or stone, small ones should be placed in glass niches, and large ones should be covered with treasure covers, and the dust on the statues must be wiped off regularly. It is not appropriate to sit and laugh and talk in any main hall or room dedicated to Buddha. If you should treat the king, ministers, and even guests with respect and carefully protect your dignity, how much more should you treat Buddha statues? Do not dry clothes in front of the Buddha, but rather to one side. It is not allowed to use chamber pot water to water flowers in front of the temple. If there is a Buddha statue in the bedroom, it should be covered with a clean cloth when sleeping. Second, here are a few things that ordinary people should pay attention to when respecting the Dharma. When reading scriptures, you must wash your hands, rinse your mouth, wipe your hands, dress neatly, and be dignified and solemn, just like when worshipping the Buddha. Master E said, unfolding a scroll is like facing a living Buddha. Rewind the scroll as if it were in the present moment, go over it thousands of times, and never forget it. This is how you can get the practical benefits of reading the scriptures. You should respect and protect the classics very respectfully and never allow them to be defaced. When turning pages, you should turn them gently with your fingertips, do not scratch them with your fingers, and do not fold the corners. If you want to record your wishes, you can insert them with pieces of paper. If the classics are incomplete, they cannot be burned. If you have scriptures placed on the table in your bedroom, you should cover them with a clean cloth when sleeping. Attached is the ritual of worshipping the Buddha when chanting the sutras every day, as many or as little as you like. Praise the Buddha. Offerings, may this fragrance and clouds of flowers wait. Read the Bible. Dedication, no matter what, you may use my universal wisdom and extraordinary deeds, etc. Third, here are a few things that ordinary people should pay attention to when respecting monks. Anyone who shaves his head and wears a cassock is a disciple of Sakyamuni Buddha. When lay people see them, they should be respectful. They should not break the precepts by observing them. If you take refuge in the three jewels, you should not take refuge in someone else if you are a monk who serves as your teacher. Because the person you take refuge in is a sangha, you do not have to take refuge in one person. You should treat all sangha members, whether wise or foolish, with an equal mind, sincerity, and respect. Respect them as teachers, and call yourself your disciples. This is consistent with the meaning of taking refuge in the sangha. The same goes for those who make offerings to monks. It should not be offered exclusively to the virtuous, but should be offered to all monks and monks with equal heart and universally, so that great merits can be obtained. Giving it to one person has little merit, but offering it to everyone has great merit. If a monk makes a mistake. When lay people hear this, they must not speak lightly. This is what the Buddha severely warned, so it is most advisable to be careful. The meaning of respecting the three jewels has been briefly discussed above. I would like to inform you that there are many temples in Xuanzhou, Xiamen, and the lay people use pigs, chickens, etc. to worship the gods. Little do you know that all gods love good and hate killing. Today, if you kill pigs, chickens, and other things to offer to the gods will not enjoy them, and they can bring blessings and eliminate disasters. I only hope that from now on, we can abandon this habit and switch to vegetarianism every time we worship God. This will be the best. On the 11th day of the 7th lunar month in Guiyu, he gave a lecture to the young monks at Qingtian Temple in Xuanzhou. Among the 10 broad kinds of vows listed in the last volume of the Avatamsaka Sutra, the 8th one is to always follow Buddhism. If you follow the various magical functions recorded in the Huayan scriptures, it is absolutely impossible for ordinary people to follow suit. However, other sutras and laws, etc., contain the Buddha's actions and serve as models for ordinary people like us. Anyone can follow them, and they are often seen. Now let's take a look at 7 things. 1. Buddha wiped himself out. The fundamental Sarvastivada Vajraya Miscellanies says, the world-honored one is passing away in Dolan. Seeing that the ground is unclean, he takes up his broom and wants to sweep the forest. At that time, the relics Mahamoggalana, Mahakasyapa Ananda and other great voices heard this and saw what had happened. They all took brooms and swept the garden together. At that time, the Buddha, the world-honored one, and his holy disciples had already swept away the place. Enter the cafeteria and take a seat. The Buddha told the monks, whoever sweeps the floor has 5 victories. 1 has a pure mind. Both of them make his mind pure. All 3 heavens rejoice. The 4th is to cultivate correct karma. The 5 of them will be reborn in heaven after their death. 2. The Buddha himself helped his disciples and drew water. The origin of the Buddha's precept for drinking in 5.5 Vinaya says, Bhikkhu Bhagadeo got drunk because he subdued the dragon. The mantles and bowls are everywhere. The Buddha and Ananda went to the well. The Buddha drew water himself, Ananda washed it, etc. 3. Buddha's self-study room. 10 Chanting Rules says, The Buddha is in the Ayurvedian kingdom. Seeing that the lintel of the temple door was damaged, he repaired it himself. 4. The Buddha cleanses the sick bhikkhu and treats the doctor himself. The law of 4 parts says, the world-honored one immediately helped the sick monk to get up and wiped the unclean body. He wiped it and washed it. After washing it, he put it back into clothes and dried it in the sun. If there was any reason to break the sleeping grass, throw it away. Sweep the place where he lives. Sprinkle it with mud to make it extremely clean. Apply new grass and a layer of clothing. The sick bhikkhu was still lying down, and he was covered with a robe. Records of the western regions says, there is a pagoda in the northeast of Jihuan, where the Tathagata washes away sick monks. It is also said, when the Tathagata was alive, a sick bhikkhu lived alone in pain. Buddha asked, "Why are you suffering? Why do you live alone?" The answer was, "I am lazy by nature and cannot bear to see a doctor, so no one cares about the baby's illness today." The Buddha was shocked and said, "Good man. I'm looking at you now." 5. The Buddha cut clothes for his disciples. The Zhōng-agama Sutra says, the Buddha himself cut 3 clothes for Anaru. When all the monks unite together at the same time, it is completed. 6. The Buddha himself threaded the needle for the old bhikkhu. There are many people who know about this matter. Now that I have forgotten what sutra and rules it was, I can't check the original text. I only recorded the rough meaning from my memory. When the Buddha was alive, there were the old monk was mending his clothes because his eyesight was dim. Failed to thread the thread into the hole of the needle. He sighed and said, "Who should thread the needle for me?" When the Buddha heard this, he stood up and said, "I will thread the needle for you." 7. The Buddha raised it from the begging monk. This is for the Buddha and his disciples to live in peace and quiet in peace during the summer, and to enjoy themselves with rituals. Zhōng-agama Sutra says, the Buddha sat on a grass seat, that is, he left his seat and spread grass on the ground to sit down. Therefore, he did not allow the monks to lift him up, so as not to be arrogant, and said to the monks, "I have nothing to blame for others. Are you not violating your body, speech, or mind?" So to 3. Lingji lawyer said, the Tathagata is also a man of his own free will. It shows the common law, sets an example for future generations, makes people think of themselves, and makes me feel arrogant. Such are the 7 things. I hope all benevolent people will try their best to follow them. Stay away from arrogance, increase your compassion, cultivate a wide range of blessings, and quickly realize Bodhi. This is what I hope for. Speech for the opening of Wanshuyan Buddha Hall in August of Jushu. Today, the Buddhist chanting hall of Wansho Zen Temple opens, and I am deeply honored to be able to attend the last table. In the past 10 years, Buddhism has become more and more prosperous in southern Fujian, but the Buddhist chanting hall has not yet been established, which is a pity for all. Today, Master Bunyao, the abbot of this temple, vowed to establish it to be the first to wipe out the customs in southern Fujian. The people were happy and sighed that it was rare. Master Benmiao is eager to learn and has been close to Master Xingzi for many years. Able to understand both the Tiantai teachings and the Pure Land Dharma. Therefore, this is based on what I have learned. Building a Buddhist chanting hall to promote the Pure Land can be called the dragon elephant of the Dharma and the Buddha among the monks. Now the Buddhist chanting hall has been established. But if you want to proceed according to the Dharma and maintain it forever, you must rely on the lay practitioners who protect the Dharma to assist you. Examining the rules of Buddhist chanting halls in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, we can roughly divide them into two parts. One is to recite Buddha's name all year round, and the other is to recite Buddha's name temporarily. For those who have been reciting the Buddha's name for many years, the master of the room should set up a memorial tablet to prolong life or recommend the deceased. There will be several or even dozens of monks living in the hall, and they will recite the Buddha's name several times a day. For those who recite the Buddha's name temporarily, the host may die due to birthday, illness, or recommendation. Temporarily reciting the Buddha's name for one day, or even for many days, this is the transformation of the Water and Land Sutra repentance. Of the above two principles, chanting Buddha's name for many years is easy to practice. Because the scale can be adjusted at any time, it is still possible to support it as much as possible. If you chant the Buddha's name temporarily, it will be extremely difficult to practice it. Because of old habits. But they still do things like chanting sutras, worshipping, repenting, and setting off flames on water and land. It is not easy to suddenly abandon this habit and change it to chanting Buddha's name. In the notes of the old master Yinguang, he repeatedly said that reciting the Buddha's name is better than reciting the Water and Land Sutras. Let's briefly introduce it now. The book with Su Weru says, as for the 7th middle school, at all times and all things, it is appropriate to focus on reciting the name of Buddha. What a morning period! There are many lazy monks nowadays, and there are many who cannot chant sutras. And it's as fast as a stream. If you don't know it well, you can't follow it. Even if there are dozens of people, not many will read it. But if you don't have the intention to recite the Buddha's name, there will never be any disadvantage in not being able to recite the Buddha's name. Even if you are unwilling to recite, if a single line of Buddha's name enters your ears and heart, it will benefit you greatly. This is the reason why I would never advocate building a monastery. Huang Han's book, Shudongshong, also mentioned this. Wen Yun. As for protecting the sick and recommending death, people today take the lead in reciting sutras, worshipping, repenting, and doing water and land. I talked to my close friends and asked them to recite the Buddha's name. There are more benefits to chanting Buddha's name than to chanting sutras, praying, repenting, and doing water and land. Why? When it comes to reciting sutras, those who are illiterate cannot recite them. Even if they are literate and can read as fast as running water, even those who have a slightly dull speech and tongue cannot recite them. Even if a lazy person can, they will not be willing to recite them. Then it becomes just a name but not real. Praying and repenting on water and land can also be used as an example. When reciting the name of the Buddha, there is no one who cannot recite it. that is, a lazy person is unwilling to recite it, but if everyone recites it with the same tone and does not block their ears, then the Buddha's name has been clearly implanted in the heart, even if they do not recite it. It is no different. Just like a person who is dyed with incense, the body smells fragrant, which is not a special fragrant smell, but something that happens unexpectedly. It should not be known to the relatives and the deceased. He also said, as for doing Buddhist services, there is no need to chant sutras, pray, repent, and do water and land. These and other things are just scenes. It is better to focus on chanting Buddha. The prince and others should always recite it, and the female relatives should recite it in their own rooms. It is not suitable to be attached to the end of the monk's position. In this way, not only will the wife and family members benefit from it, but the monks who recite the Buddha's name and all who see and hear will also benefit. Whenever you perform Buddhist services, if the master is willing to come to the altar, then the monk spontaneously has a true mind. If the master takes this as a formal document, the monk will also use this as a formal document. He also said, I have already mentioned in detail the matter of doing Buddhist services. Please do not favor the common people and make false claims. If you recite the 49 heavenly Buddhas, you will get more benefits than reciting sutras. Furthermore, Yu Kundi wrote in Zhou, when doing Buddhist deeds, you can only recite the Buddha's name, and do not do other Buddhist deeds, and make the whole family earnestly recite the Buddha's name. This will be of practical benefit to your mother, your family members, relatives, and friends. He also said, it is very good to ask the monks to recite the 7 Buddhas. When reciting, your brothers must have someone who thinks the same thing. Looking at the words of Master Yin Guang above, he tries his best to advocate chanting the Buddha's name, but he definitely does not advocate chanting sutras, worshipping, repenting, and setting off flames on the water and land. It is also said that the benefits of chanting the Buddha are greater than chanting sutras, worshipping, repenting, and doing water and land. It is also said that chanting sutras, worshipping and repenting, doing water and land is in name only. It is also said that chanting sutras, worshipping and repenting, doing water and land activities, etc. are all scenes. It is also said that it is just a false trap. The old master was deeply compassionate and warned again and again. A wise man will hear this and examine it carefully to know where to go. Lay Buddhists in Xuanzhou, shaman. There are many people who take refuge in Master Yinguang. Wei Wang now followed his teacher's instructions and worked hard to persuade relatives and friends. From now on, he decided to abolish the practice of worshipping, repenting, chanting sutras, doing water and land, etc., and changed all to chanting Buddha's name. If this can be implemented, not only the chanting halls in various temples in southern Fujian can be maintained forever. There are more and more people in the cities of southern Fujian who believe in the Pure Land Dharma, and more people are reborn in the West. This is because of the merits and virtues of the laymen who came before. Thank you for your support. Record of the lecture delivered at the Law and Ceremony of Qingtian Temple in Xuanzhou in November. Since I became a monk. In the Jiangsu and Zhejiang areas, I did not dare to casually lecture on scriptures or laws, let alone go to any monastery that taught precepts. The reason was that I personally felt that my academic ability was insufficient. Although I have said some things in southern Fujian in the past 3 years, I always feel very ashamed. This time, the elders of this temple have repeatedly called me to attend the precept ceremony. I cannot give up, so I came to talk to you today. However, due to the rush of time, I was unable to prepare, lack of reference books, and personal mental weakness. I will teach here for 3 days in total. Today, I will explain some Vinaya history specifically to those who seek to be ordained as monks. Although others may not be able to understand it, it is also a matter of planting good roots. As a bhikkhu, you should first understand the reasons why the Vinaya was introduced into this land, and the general rise and fall of the Vinaya sect in this land in the past and present. From the Eastern Han dynasty to the beginning of the Chao Wei dynasty, monks had no intention of returning to the ordination, but only had their heads shaved. In the middle of Wei Jiping's reign, monks from Tianzhu came to China to teach the Dharma. They established karma to accept the Dharma, which was the beginning of the precepts. At this time, it can be regarded as the beginning of the true transmission of bhikkhu ordination. Gradually reached a period of prosperity. Most of the Guanglu laws were originally transmitted as Ten Chan laws. The person who translated this part of the laws was Master Kumarajiva during the Yao and Qin dynasties. Master Yuan Gong, the founder of Lushan Jingzong, also tried his best to persuade and praise it. During the 6 dynasties, this law was most popular in the south. The second translation was the 4-point rhythm, which was not far different from the 10-song rhythm. However, it was promoted as late as the Sui dynasty, and it became popular in the early Tang dynasty. The third part is Sing Lv, which was translated during the Eastern Jin dynasty and was slightly promoted in the north during the 6 dynasties. In the Lu and Song dynasties, it succeeded Sengzelu. There is a 5-point rule, and the person who translated it was the same person who translated the 60 volumes of the Huayan Sutra. The text was concise, and lawyer Dao Xian praised it very much, but unfortunately few people promoted it. Later, there was a code, which was translated by Master Yijing during the reign of Emperor Wu Zetian of the Tang dynasty. It was the most popular code in Tibet. At that time, Master Yijing had a history of more than 20 years in India. He was erudite, memorized, and understood the subtleties of legal studies. He was unmatched by other monks in India. He was an unprecedented Chinese barrister. Yijing returned to China and completed the translation. He was also old and passed away soon. It's a pity that no one will promote it in the future. Pity. In addition, there are too many Dharma theories to be enumerated. Regarding the Yubal law, I was very pleased with it at first and studied it for many years. Later, due to the advice of a friend, I switched to the Nanshan law. The reason is that the Nanshan law is based on the 4-part law. There are also slight changes to suit the abilities of the monks in our country. Now I will briefly talk about the history of the 4-quarter rhythm. The Tang dynasty was the period when the 4-part rhythm was at its peak. In the past, the 10-part rhythm was promoted, but few people promoted the 4-part rhythm. At the beginning of Dunshu period, the 4 divisions of law scholars became more and more prosperous, and there were 3 major schools: Shao law, which was the first phase, and the main one was based on Ciuli lawyer. The second Nanshan law is dominated by lawyer Dao Xian. The third Dongta law is dominated by lawyer Yi Huaisu. Before lawyer Fa Li came to Dao Xian had studied with him. After Dao Xian, lawyer Huaisu also got close to lawyers Fei Lai and Dao Xian. Although there are 3 main schools of Silu, the most popular one in the world is Nanshanlu. Lawyers from Nanshan have written numerous works, among which Xingqiao is the most famous. At that time, scholars of any sect had to study Xingqiao. From the Tang to the Song dynasty, there were more than 60 interpreters, but Lingzhi Yuanzhao was the best. Yuanzhao also had many other commentaries on the classics. After Yuanzhao, Lveksha gradually declined, and few people were willing to promote it. After the Southern Song dynasty, the Zen sect became more and more prosperous, and no one cared about the law. Thousands of volumes of the law written by all the schools in the Tang and Song dynasties were lost. By the early Qing dynasty, only 1 volume of Nanshan Random Karma remained. Looking at it like this, it is quite surprising. In the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, there were lotus root benefits and Jian Yu and other masters wanted to revive the Vinaya sect, but the most regrettable thing was that the ancient books of the Tang and Song dynasties could not be seen. At that time, Master O.E. wrote Collection of Bini Shi. When he first lectured, the number of people was not large, and it became even less after that. As a result, the results were sluggish. Jianhua lawyer Honglu has achieved quite a lot. There are many writings, some of which explain random karma, Bini Zuzhu, which is quite different from Nanshan's, because Nanshan's works cannot be seen. In addition, there is the most famous book on the teaching of precepts, which is the only book on the teaching of precepts from the late Ming dynasty to the present. There is still a glimmer of hope for the transmission of ordination, but it depends on this book. Although it is not fully consistent with Nanshan's work, its contribution is very great and cannot be underestimated. However, in modern times, the rituals of ordination have been slightly increased or decreased based on this, and it is not the case of lawyer Jian Yu's transmission of ordination. Zhengfan's true colors are revealed. For more than 700 years from the Southern Song dynasty to the Qing dynasty, no writings on the legal texts of the Tang and Song schools have survived. At the end of the reign of Emperor Guangxu of the Qing dynasty, some of the legal books of the Tang and Song schools were returned from Japan. In the past 10 years, several of them have been published in Tianjin. 100 volumes. In addition, there are still hundreds of volumes included in the sutra that have not been published separately. In the future, if someone is determined to study and promote it, the ancient customs of the Tang dynasty can be restored. Everything you want to see, such as the lotus root and the moon, is here. We were born at this time. In fact, I am much happier than the masters Ognu. But learning the law is not an easy thing. Although I have studied the law for nearly 20 years, I can only be said to have gained a glimpse of some ways to prepare for learning the law. After a few more years of preparation, I can start studying it. It will take at least 20 years of research before we can achieve some success. Unfortunately, I am getting old now and I may not be able to live in this world for long. I very much hope that